so that your introduction will be very interesting. I'm aware of a little bit of your history, so I'll let you talk about that. But with that, you guys have a microphone?
I can talk to this.
Yeah, I think
It's from the
I think we can.
Oh, the live stream.
Gotcha.
Just a moment, let me get this turned on. Okay.
Excellent. Thanks everyone for being here. We're waiting on two panelists to make it up. It was a very interesting talk that I think was just ending. So I'm Jack Fenwick. Very happy to be here, participating as the moderator in today's AI for Research panel. I hail from Louisville, Kentucky, where I work for AWS as support for higher education institutions and researchers. Everything from research administration systems through to research on fraud grants. And so, you know, I also support our participation in the National AI Research Resource Pilot Program, which is a very exciting program led by the National Science Foundation. I'll start with some introductions to the folks on the panel. I appreciate you all for being here. Hello, Josette. Josette Reed, Assistant Vice President of Integrated Data Engineering and Application Services at the University of Cincinnati. Josette's role includes development, operations, and analytics for education and research. That puts it lightly, with a professional focus on AI-driven research to expand student achievement and support structures in STEM, and working to address bias and inequality for underserved and disadvantaged communities. No worries. Thanks for joining. Dr. Jared Humphrey, here on the end. Sorry, I probably should have gone in order, but that's my fault. Assistant professor at the Williams College of Business at Xavier University, where he teaches and conducts research on business strategy and innovation. His work includes facilitating his students' creation of the world's first language model dedicated to ethical and academically honest use of generative AI in education settings. Dr. Kelly Cohen, next to me, maybe needs no introduction, is the director of the AI Biolab and professor and endowed chair in the Department of Aerospace Engineering and Engineering Mechanics at the University of Cincinnati. Dr. Cohen has spent, I believe, about 30 years working in the field of artificial intelligence focused on applications for aerospace and biomedical and health sciences. And then Dr. Nick Ernest, chief architect for Thales for 5 years at this point. Formerly owned a startup here in Cincinnati that was bought by Thales. He runs an AI lab focused on certifiable AI for defense and aerospace applications. So, a lot of exciting topics to cover today. I'm going to try to track time here. It is 11:15 now, so we've got about 30 minutes. I doubt we're going to have time for Q&A, folks, but if we do, I'll certainly open up the floor for a couple of questions. Otherwise, I do believe the panelists are going to be hanging around the conference today, and we'll be more than happy to engage with you. More topics to cover today than I probably can with you guys, but I'd like to dive into generative AI because undoubtedly that's going to come up in conversation anyway. I'd be remiss not to bring it up. And so I'm going to start with that. And I'd like to ask a question to all of the panelists. And if you could keep your responses to about 2 minutes for the sake of time, that would be great. But I'd like to get your perspective on how or if you're seeing Gen AI transform the way that research generally is being conducted today, and has Gen AI factored into the conduct of your own research? We can start here with you, Dr. Cohen.
Hello everyone and good morning. A few months ago, Pete Blackshaw suggested that I serve as the scientific advisor of BrandRank.ai, which uses Gen AI to keep brands honest. And so I had to do a speed learning on how to use Gen AI, and it's been exciting. I've since then used game theory with GenAI to come up with strategies, adversarial AI, counterfactuals, and I've been pleasantly surprised. It makes sense most of the time. You've got to have the human in the loop all the time to clear off the BS that you get from time to time, aka hallucinations. But I'm also looking at the class I'm teaching in the fall. I'll be introducing that. This summer I'm on a summer school for high school kids, minorities, together with Josette, and we're looking at using GenAI to address real world problems, food, water. How do I come up with innovations in electricity and energy, new ways to thinking? And so you want to connect students, and GenAI has that ability to connect very young minds with an end outcome, and then you ask themselves, you know how to get there? Well, you've got to have an education in STEM to do that. So that's the motivation. But you can cloud that under getting them excited in addressing social problems. So this is a big change. It's also a big change for us. Now, I go back, not especially young. So in the 1970s when I was in school, my school forbid us from using pocket calculators because they thought that it would contaminate our growth. And so we had to use these things called log tables. Now they look that up on GenAI, they'll tell you what a log table is. And so they thought that by us figuring out how to do a square root of a 15-digit number, we'll become clever. Well, we're now in a similar stage with GenAI. Right? Don't use GenAI, it's going to be bad for you, it's going to contaminate you. A lot of BS or hallucinations. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Kelly. Yeah, hello everyone, Nick Ernst here. Thank you for the introduction. Tallest, if you're not familiar with us, we're probably the largest company you've never heard of. We have about 90,000 employees. In Europe, we're known as Lockheed Martin, basically. We make a lot of technologies. If you have a tap credit card, we make all the tap of that. You might see Tallest at the bottom of your credit card, actually in the back. So we're a big company, but my particular office, we are primarily aimed at the defense market for the US DoD. And GenAI, yeah, huge topic. We utilize it internally, like any large corporation. We have our own internal GenAI tools that are available to all of our employees, from payroll to HR to us primarily as developers. We utilize it every day. Now, as you mentioned, hallucinations are a real thing, Dr. Cohen, of course. So we use it as kind of a, hey, I need a C++ function that's going to port over a packet of this size to this IP address. Can you write it for me? And yeah, it does that. It makes some mistakes, but it does pretty well. It's a time saver. Well, one point that maybe I'll bring up is interesting because I come from the certification, airworthiness testing sort of point of view. The US DoD and the government broadly, including in Europe as well, are kind of treating GenAI as the new word for AI. And any AI that could be certifiable or provably safe is kind of being lumped into the same pool as GenAI. So when it comes to certification requirements, an interesting point I always bring up with events like this is, it's almost like we need to differentiate. We need to realize the different flavors of AI for different applications. And GenAI absolutely has massive value all over the place. The DoD is using it today. The CTO of the CIA, talks in public about all their uses of GenAI. At the same time, there are other AI application areas where we are able to prove the accuracy or mathematically guarantee that something will always follow all the rules and laws. And so that's a struggle that we deal with in our office constantly, is working with these certification agencies to ensure that there are safer flavors of AI out there. That being said, GenAI, very, very powerful tool, and we use it every day. So I'll pass it on.
All right, well, happy to be here today, Josette Reed. And as was mentioned, my day job is really focused on data analytics and working in partnership with Dr. Cohen to stand up an AI Center of Excellence, which we're calling the Community of Practice. My passion and my other job is really doing research related to AI and workforce development and inclusion. And so from that perspective, I do think that there are tremendous opportunities in terms of the use of generative AI, especially when you think about leveraging generative AI as, for example, the front end for virtual tutoring, right? So if you can leverage those models in order to have a dialogue or create virtual agents that go back and forth with students, that is a huge potential benefit. We do have to watch out for the hallucinations. In particular, one of the areas that I'm most interested in is bias detection. And so when you're thinking about large language models, there is a tremendous opportunity for bias, especially because you can't necessarily trace back all of the different data sources that it's using in order to generate the answers. So how do you know that's really accurate? How do you know it's representative of all of the individuals that are part of the cohort that you're really trying to support? So I think, just like the previous speaker mentioned, that there's an opportunity to really marry generative AI with traditional AI, or in the case of the research I'm doing, really looking at leveraging network science in order to marry that. So we're really thinking about how do you verify the information that's being presented, and how do you do it in a way that's really scalable and accurate.
Good morning, everyone. So you all decided to attend the panel on AI research instead of the panel on AI startups. So I'll say greetings, fellow nerds. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here. So in my role as a business school professor, it's changing everything. Generative AI is really compressing the time it takes to do novel research. It can't do the research for you yet, although that day may be approaching soon. But it can take rudimentary tasks like doing a literature review, getting quick summaries of papers, and really compressing that pretty arduous mental load down to something that's really digestible and actually quite pleasant to do. And that can help speed up the research process. So if you're talking about generative AI in our role as researchers, it can take a lot of those mundane tasks that get in the way of the really important parts of research, like asking interesting research questions and really allowing you to focus on that. And then you could say the same thing about generative AI's impact on higher education more broadly. In particular, in my role as a professor, I'll reference, there was a paper from an economist at NYU named Rob Siemens, and he and his co-authors ranked of the 767 professions recognized by the federal government as actual occupations, the top 25 or so are all professors. These are jobs exposed to AI. So my profession, business school professor, ranks number 22 out of 700 in terms of AI exposure. You're not far behind, Dr. Cohen. You're around 27 or 28 or so. So basically everything we do is around the manipulations of words, images, numbers, and sounds, giving lectures, writing papers. This is right in the sights of generative AI, and I'm really embracing it to try to do as much as possible as this new technology arrives.
Hey Nick, I've been informed to ask you, and I think it's a pretty good question here. Why did Thales decide to invest in a small Cincinnati startup?
No, thanks for the question, Kelly. Thank you. So what it is that we developed, and this was not part of the bio, I should back it up. All of my degrees are from UC, so I'm a three times Bearcat, I'm a season ticket holder, absolutely. And I was also one of Dr. Cohen's students for both my master's and my PhD. So what we focus on at UC is a type of AI that is just not really that prevalent here in the US. That's underselling it. And in a lot of colleges, they outright refuse to teach it. It's called fuzzy logic. And this type of AI has some key benefits. It's got some weaknesses too. It's only used, its primary uses are not quite as grand as like ChatGPT. I'm not going to replace ChatGPT anytime soon. However, we can make AI models that operate within the linguistic domain, so they operate in English sentences, and also the mathematics from our model, once it's trained, the mathematics work out such that are able to be worked out, such that we can formally verify our systems. And what that means is we can guarantee mathematically that they will follow every rule that we have always. There is a 0% error rate with these systems. And that's why what I was saying earlier, when it comes to airworthiness testing and things like that, you usually have to work with a thing called design assurance levels. And if you've ever been on an airplane, you've been dealing with systems that are DAL A, DAL B, DAL C, whether you know it or not. And these have error rates, so to prove that their error rate reaches a certain threshold. Obviously, it's supposed to be very small, 10 to the -9th error rate, for example. Traditional AI models, the most common AI models out there, you cannot prove anything about their area mathematically. And so that really is the value that Tallest solves. We can mathematically guarantee that our systems are adherent to things like rules of engagement, operational doctrine, international law, et cetera. And that is why we focus on these mission and safety critical use cases that we do.
Thank you for that. And you kind of hit on some of what I also want to pivot to just slightly. It's tied in. Other practical applications of AI. Yes, Gen AI has mind share, but AI has been around for decades in research. And so I'd like you, Dr. Cohen, and you, Josette, to maybe talk about some of the AI and machine learning applications that you've used in the conduct of your research, and that really underlie all of this new development around Gen AI and the advances in current AI and machine learning.
Oh, thank you very much. So after Nick solved all the problems to do with airlines and safety and the DoD stuff, he worked on a data set as part of that company, bipolar disorders. So the paradigm is you get diagnosed, you go to the doctor asks his lawyer, what will I do? And the lawyer says, no worries. We know that there will be some side effects. Just tell your patient if they're allergic to the medicine, don't take it. So the patient pays the doctor, pays the lawyer for this amazing advice, pays the insurance company of the doctor, pays their own insurance company, and then ends up in the hospital with side effects, right? So the paradigm shift was the MDs came up with, you know what, the answer to this is in the brain. fMRI scan, MRS, and we collect lots of data, have AI go through it, and then figure out which of these candidate patients taking lithium when they are in the manic phase would have side effects, would be able to react positively, because you don't want to give a medicine to somebody who's going to get their symptoms worsen, right? And so Nick ran his version of amazing genetic fuzzy trees on a bipolar database and came up with 100% successful classification of the patients after training in having to take and administer the treatment or not. AI doing good. Since then, after Nick left, we continued working with the medical school. We've been working with them for the past 10 years. PTSD, brain concussion, Alzheimer's, dementia, sports medicine, and recently I've started off a spin-off called Genexia. Women usually go for mammograms for breast cancer. We found out through the science that there is a correlation, and you can pick up breast arterial calcification. That could send off a warning as to what are the risks of cardiovascular disease in women. 500,000 women die a year in the United States of heart disease. According to Professor Esselstein, Cleveland Clinic, nobody needs to die of a heart attack today. You just need to know that you're high risk and take precautions. Some meds, lifestyle change, medication. And so what we do is, in the mammogram, identify the risks of cardiovascular health, okay? And then provide that warning. And if you're high risk, based on our examination, you can go to the doctor, a cardiologist, get an angiogram, get yourself tested and do something there. So we're trying to change the paradigm. We've got to try and make the world a better place with AI. There are many other applications. We're trying to work in safety. We've got the making the satellite safer workplace. Just send me an email at kelly.cohen@uc.edu, and I'll talk to you about many, many nice things we can do with awesome AI.
All right, so I'm going to focus on the one that is my passion, which is really about education in STEM. And so the question I usually ask when I talk about this is, when you think about STEM education, you think about the number of students on average that graduate with a STEM degree. So they start saying, yes, I want to be an engineer, or I want to be a computer scientist, or what have you. How many of those students actually end up graduating? How many would you say? What percentage?
15 to 20%.
15 to 20% is close. It's about 30 on average, right? Now, when you look at different demographics, that's where you do get to lower percentages, right? So if you look at African Americans, for example, it's a much larger percentage that actually graduate. And so what does that mean? If you think about what we're talking about today, and all of the needs that we have in terms of our future, where it's going, work displacement and things of that sort, we need to graduate more people in this space, not less, right? And so how do we go about doing that? This is an old problem that people have looked at for decades and haven't solved it. I think the 30% number has been that number for the past 25 years at least, right? So what are we going to do differently? This is where I think AI can play a pivotal role. So the research that I've done is to take data from the National Center for Educational Statistics, take, for example, 20,000+ students who have pursued a STEM career and follow them throughout their pathway for 6 years. Look at that data, analyze it, understand what's happening with those students who graduate versus what happens with the students who don't. There are plenty of AI tools for education now, but most of them are what we call risk-based. So they want to see how risky you are in terms of being able to graduate, as opposed to how can we make sure that you're successful. And so my research looks for success factors. After doing the analysis using different models, so we tried linear regression, we tried random forest, gradient tree, so on and so forth. We identified that using independent trees through random forest allowed us to really identify key success factors that we can then turn into a model that we use in order to really promote success for students. What does that mean? That means now we can create a virtual agent that acts as that person's mentor on their phone in order to really help them throughout their career, right? And so that's the research that I'm doing. My hope is that we can create this at the University of Cincinnati and then expand it to other institutions.
I do want to let the panel know that if you have comments on anything that the other panelists are saying, this should be an open discussion, so please indicate if you'd like to chime in. No worries if not. But Josette, you really hit on something that, a topic that's really important when it comes to AI for research. And it's maybe a different angle to this, but also equally important in providing democratized, equitable access to science and STEM. But I did want to talk about democratization of access to AI resources, right? And so things like compute test beds, models, these things are growing in diversity and variety, but the compute power that's required to keep up with advances in AI is quite drastically growing. And so how can you think about expanding researcher access to those resources when perhaps well-resourced institutions are the holders of that power? Maybe I can start with you, Dr. Cohen.
I just have to get my voice back. Could you?
Yes, of course, please.
I'll get back.
Okay, so this is interesting because it's a challenge that we're dealing with right now at the University of Cincinnati. One of the things that we want to do at UC is we want to provide private LLM environments to our researchers so that they can safely and securely leverage, generative AI, for example. We know that there are institutions like University of Michigan, for example, who I think was one of the first to come out with customized OpenAI that they're leveraging. As we've met with, the big organizations that offer, that access, we are increasingly aware at the cost, right? So one of the, we met with OpenAI, for example, recently, and in order for us to, provide that resource to 10,000 students at the university, it would cost us $1.4 million a year. That's, a significant amount of money. And so what do we need to do? One of the things that we're looking at is working with companies like Microsoft and AWS, who actually crowdsource the access to those LLMs and then allow you to use it based on your compute time. And then if we, really amass that and spread it out across the organization, it allows us to save a tremendous amount of money. So that's one of the things that we're really interested in doing. The other piece that I would say to that is then, how do you translate that to access for a community who's interested in it? That means that we really need to be very clear about the open source alternatives that are available, making sure that we have resources at the institution, partnering with organizations like Microsoft and others in order to make sure that we, invest and create these sandboxes so that, community members have the opportunity to participate and engage, understanding that that's going to be an investment in our collective future.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Josette, for stepping in. I want to talk about AI risks. So if we look at the EU AI Act, right, they've decided to compartmentalize and to divide AI into 4 categories: unacceptable risk, very high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And there are fines associated with the high risks. So having to understand how and what to do, how do you understand what a risk is, it's basically impact on society. So anything that has an adverse impact on your privacy, has an adverse impact on society is being judged today. As opposed to the internet, which is open game for everyone. When it comes to AI, there is a problem. Now, in the United States, nobody's penalized, right, for anything. You could, today, if you're a big company with a lot of money, you can get away with doing something that in the US, at UC, I need an IRB approval if I want to test rats, okay? But if you want to take AI, which is immature, in the form of self-driving taxis, and you want to unleash that into the citizens of San Francisco, it appears you don't have to check the vision, you don't have to check to see if they drive properly. You don't have to. So only after the GM crews drag the woman 20 feet, they go and see what happened. Oh, software bug. I'm sorry, but then you ask DOT, anybody looked in the certification process? No certification. All somebody said is Scout's honor, my AI is good. And people believed it. The license to operate in San Francisco was revoked. There's a backlash. They even took the citizens of San Francisco on Super Bowl Sunday burnt a Waymo car down to the ground. It was because Waymo was suspected of hitting a bicycle. There is a problem. The problem is immature technology, greed, urgency to make a lot of money has caused us, and no restriction, no accountability, no having to address why do the policymakers come across. Now, you can choose to jump out of a plane without a parachute or with a parachute, okay? You can decide to do bungee jumping, but if you're a citizen on the street interacting with AI and getting hurt, is that acceptable? We as a society, shouldn't we demand more of our policyholders? We as academics, shouldn't we shout out and say this is not acceptable? Well, that's what I'm trying to do. So we want to understand the risks and alert and realize that some of the AI technology is simply immature. And until we get to that certification standard, as Nick and Talis have been working on with their TRUE, which stands for Transparency, Understandable, and Ethical AI, okay, that is the way to go forward when it comes to interacting and hurting people. So we've got to understand risks and address them accordingly. Thank you.
Excellent. And before we move on from democratizing access, and we just have a few minutes left, so I do have a final closing question that I want to get to. But Dr. Humphrey, I did want to ask that you comment on how you're integrating AI into your classroom curriculum, and what you think that might mean for workforce development and business workforce in the future.
Sure. So the research on what large language models can do for business knowledge workers is just breathtaking, the productivity gains. So if anybody wants to chat about that, I'll be here all day. as a business school professor, I think it would be wrong for me not to teach students about how they could potentially become more productive in their roles, but there's a responsible and safe way to do it. So what we're doing in the classroom and all across the Williams College of Business and really all across business schools across America is we're using the frontier models, the free versions often, and we're experimenting. We're trying to innovate. We're coming up with new ways to assess students using these new paradigms. We don't have all the answers yet, but one thing we're not going to do is let this new technology take off in industry and then not be cognizant of what it's going to do to both higher education, the average business knowledge worker, because it is that important. So right now we're dipping our toe in the water and we're trying to do it in a safe, equitable, and responsible way. That way, over time, as these technologies mature, we're prepared to integrate it into the classroom, wholeheartedly. So I would say right now, just like at UC, we have programs in development regarding generative AI and business applications that's often going to look like curricular activities outside of the classroom. But certificates, majors, things like that are certainly possible in the future. And I think that's the right way to do it is to be cautiously optimistic about what it can mean for people, because there's so much upside, but very real downside too. So.
Okay, folks, 2.5 minutes, probably 2 minutes. And before I get to the final question, I'm going to give you 30 seconds each. I did want to ask maybe one of you who's most enthused about this. Since we have a number of folks from businesses and nonprofits here this week, I'm wondering how you think about collaborations between academia and businesses and other organizations to really advance research in AI. Does anybody feel particularly keen to address that? Sure.
I'm happy to talk about that. So 30 seconds. Yes. Tallest, we pride ourselves in the amount of research and development that we do in terms of our internal funding. We rank very highly, especially compared to other large defense primes here in the U.S. But also we pride ourselves in our ties with academia. And it's a very important part. We fund a lot of different colleges around the world with various programs. Very recently, I think it's been 15 months, something like that, a little more than a year. We have signed an MOU with the University of Cincinnati, and yes, go Bearcats, exactly. And we very much value that partnership. And in fact, Tallest views UC in particular as a world leader when it comes to certifiable AI and trusted AI in terms of talent that will be output. And that's something. We're here in the Midwest. That's not something that your average French person thinks. I'll tell you that. They're surprised that you Cincinnati. What? Who is that? Where is that? But we really pride ourselves in our connection with UC. And additionally, we submit proposals together, and the government, in the defense world particularly, does encourage that a lot. Corporations partnering with universities, typically it's things like MIT or Georgia Tech. But we're seeing UC as more and more as a very important partner.
Okay, almost up at time here, but I did want to give 30 seconds to each of the panelists to address a forward-looking question. If the panel meets again 5 years from now, what advancements in AI research do you think will be the topic of conversation? Please, 20, 30 seconds.
I'll go around bragging about the success of my students, bragging about the success of the Cincinnati AI Catalyst, bragging about our AI, Cincinnati AI for Humans, and all the other organizations, and all of you. That's what I want to do in 5 years from now. Brag, brag, brag.
For my world, the DoD went through kind of an AI freeze where they backed off from AI pretty hardcore a few decades ago. Right now, there is an enormous hunger for it, and we recognize the capability that it has is game-changing. And so when it comes to things like policy and funding, I expect that we'll continue down that path. And your average war fighter is going to be intimately familiar with and work with AI on a daily basis within 5 years or less.
In 5 years, I believe that we will be leaders in AI workforce development and inclusion, and we will be the catalyst through which we send most of our future generation through. So I'm really excited about opening doors of opportunity to others.
In 5 years' time, I really hope and I genuinely believe that the the causal link between generative AI usage and job satisfaction, something that's of paramount importance in my field, will be ironclad. The more you use generative AI, the higher your job satisfaction is. Offloading those tasks that take away from the important work so you can focus on the important work.
All right, folks, round of applause for our panelists.
Take the microphone down here to the end and let the panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll turn it over to Michael to moderate.
My name is Gong Liu, so I'm representing the Department of Operations, Business Analytics, and Information Systems. I'm also serving as the Academic Director for the Center for Business Analytics from Cincy.
Hi, I'm John Famiani. I'm a professor of computer science at Miami University. We've also, we're rolling out a whole bunch of AI initiatives in terms of the CSE minor in artificial intelligence and deep learning, and we're looking at grad certificates as well.
Hey folks, good morning. My name is Sid Tatum. For the ones that are from Cincinnati, no prizes for guessing where I'm from, where I work. For the ones that are not from Cincinnati, I work at the University of Cincinnati. My primary role is that of an energy engineer, and I am a part-time faculty member in the College of Engineering.
Hi everyone, my name is Matt McEwen. I'm the head of AI and data sciences at Orchard. We are a digital marketing performance agency, and I actually do guest lecturing at Miami University and help with Xavier's Masters of Customer Analytics program.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Glenn Platt. I'm the Armstrong Professor of Emerging Technology at Miami University. What that means is I run an institute that's supposed to identify emerging technologies and help Miami position itself for those as we move forward. So I sort of wear that hat. I'm also the founder of our Department of Emerging Technology in Business and Design. And then my other hat, which feel free to come to the startup showcase later, is that I'm co-founder of an ed tech startup called Lyceum AI. That's an in-classroom AI teaching assistant.
Thank you, and I'm Michael Beck. I'm going to be the moderator. I am a member of the Cincinnati AI Catalyst. I'm leading the AI education team. And of course, the whole topic is very close to my heart, so I'm very excited to see so many people who are also interested in education and AI. So thank you for being here. And we'll try to go very quickly because we don't want to run out of time. We're already starting a little bit late, so if you please can shorten to the point, okay? That will really help us to go through all the topics that we have here. So we're going to start with the AI curriculum, okay? That's a very important topic for us. If you have an experience already with that, if you work on this in your education institution, what kind of key elements do you see as important in having a comprehensive AI curriculum, okay? And what needs to happen to make it relevant and up to date, because things are moving so quickly right now. So what kind of processes, what strategies do you have in place to make sure you stay relevant and really helping the people who are learning that?
I'm going to let my colleagues speak a little more about the trees. I want to talk about the forest, which maybe can help sort of set that off. I think there are 3 different AI conversations that education needs to be having, that they often get conflated. So one is, how is AI transforming what education is doing? So the day-to-day business of a university, from both the back end to the classroom-based experience, how are we integrating AI, not just to do what we did before the same way, but to do things differently than we ever did before. I think the second conversation is the application layer. So what are we doing across the curriculum where we are treating AI as we should, like calculators were treated back in the day, or the World Wide Web was when it first came around. So how are we just simply using that to scaffold what we did before and build upon that better, which impacts everything from philosophy to business to computer science. And then the third layer is, how are we actually teaching the business of AI and actually the building of AI. So as my colleague John was talking about, how are we teaching machine learning, and how are we teaching that kind of back end? How are we creating the workforce of the future? I think those are 3 separate conversations. I think education tends to conflate them, and so I just kind of wanted to tee that up because I think my colleagues here are all sort of operating at different levels in that conversation.
Thanks, and I completely agree actually with everything you said. So my perspective here is a little bit different because I'm not in academia, I'm not in higher education, but as a business owner and founder of a company, I always think that, you know, one of my responsibilities is being a great teacher, and in order for me to be a great teacher, I really have to understand this subject. And so for me, I already had a background in data science and AI, but large language models actually caught me by surprise. And so for me, I made a commitment with myself to really just invest in my own professional development first, before I thought about building out a curriculum for my entire organization, which I knew would be a momentous challenge, because at the time, 12 months ago, there really wasn't any great options offered for AI training. And there was a lot of surveys out there from, you know, workers in different industries saying that we know that this is really important, but our companies aren't investing in the training for us. So in my journey, what I figured out very early on in terms of building curriculum was that really everybody needs a base level foundational knowledge first. And a couple of pillars need to be wrapped within that. I think the responsibility and ethical piece needs to be at a premium whenever you're thinking about designing AI curriculum. And I think you have to think about the end user too, because when I was thinking about this for Orchard, I had to constantly think about what's the future of the workplace look like with AI? What skills do I need to teach my staff in order for them to be competitive in their different disciplines? And that really kind of helped me in terms of self-reflection, thinking about how to build out curriculum.
Piggybacking off of that, I think once you have the understanding of what the students need, the onus is on the faculty members who develop these curricula to understand how to incorporate some of that. I think for that purpose, faculty members have increasingly got to stay and keep themselves updated with the emerging trends and technologies, so that you know what the students are going to be using, what they will be using as we move into the future. I think from a curriculum standpoint, there has to be more flexibility now than ever before so that you could keep changing it based on these emerging trends. I know when I was a student, which was quite a while back, but we would still study the same things that our folks studied from 10 years ago. Notes would not have been changed, the syllabus would not have been changed. That's not the case now. That has to be more flexible so that you can keep changing it again and again. I know I have to change my courses or update the syllabus every semester, if not more often. I think increasingly we'll have to also incorporate interdisciplinary material. I think it's one thing to say, hey, I'm putting this model together, this is going to teach AI, but it's going to impact somebody else out there that we're not even considering. So more flexibility in the curriculum and more interdisciplinary content in each course to the best extent possible.
So I'm going to share with you some concrete actions we have taken at UC College of Business. So as a department, we have put together a few new courses. It's called AI in Business. And we are going to put 5 courses together to launch a new certificate in AI. So if this is something of your interest, you can go to our website. So this will be rolled out probably in the fall semester or in the spring, next spring. And the other thing is, because I'm the director of the Center for Business Analytics, so we also have put together a course called Generative AI. So this course is a training course, it's 2 days. So we offer this to business professionals. So it gives you an overview of AI in business and give you hands-on experience. You put this into the context, you will see business applications. So these are the new courses we are going to offer, training courses and also regular classes. But the other thing I want to point out is, I think teaching AI is not just about a new course, it's about the new way we learn things. So think about the courses, what courses we already have, right? We have maybe thousands of courses offered by UC. I think the way we teach these courses, the way we learn from these courses should be changed. Think about this, like 10 years ago, right? We teach SAS, but then we remove SAS from our curriculum. We offer Python and R. So, and because I have two kids, and one of them is 10 years old. He is very interested in engineer. So last year I said, hey, probably you can start learning Python. But now with ChatGPT, I can rethink, do you really have to learn Python? Or the way you learn Python should be changed? So from my perspective, I think that the future of learning is like generative AI, or whatever you call it, right? The AI thing, can provide like Lego pieces. So give you basic things, but you have to have the vision to put the things together to make a dinosaur or airplane.
There's multiple levels that this can be addressed on, even when you get down into the tree level instead of the forest level. For one thing, as we saw, AI hits every discipline. I mean, it's no longer just a computer science topic. AI is an art topic. It's a design topic. It is a business topic, as it's been. It goes everywhere, right? So that can make it challenging to talk about. You know, where are you going to go to learn X? How are you going to figure out X? So we need to be a little bit careful about how we communicate our curriculum to parents, to you guys who might hire our students, and that's something that I think is really important. Another thing that I want to touch on that I heard here is the impact on AI and how you deliver education. Right? So one of the things that we are thinking about is students from every discipline want to get some exposure to AI as early as possible. But typically, before you could take a course on AI, you need to take linear algebra, you'd need to have a pretty strong programming background, there would be a huge level of prereqs before you can begin to play with a lot of these models. The prevalence of notebooks and things like getting GPT to generate your code for you can help somewhat. So trying to be able to get students in the door to at least be able to play with AI earlier is something that we've been focusing on, like at the sophomore level, in terms of being able to build stuff. But also in terms of its impact on how you deliver stuff. So your comment, which I thought was a great comment of, do they need to know Python? Because ChatGPT can just generate the Python code for them. Well, that has a really big impact on how we teach computer science. And that's had an impact to some extent on enrollment and people's interest in computer sciences as well. One of the things that you can say is whenever you use these GPT models, at least for now, you always have to say yet when you talk about AI models. And I'm going to be specific when I say GPT versus AI, because a lot of times people say AI when they mean ChatGPT, which is a very much more specific thing. But when we use these ChatGPT models, you need to act as the moderator for it, as the curator for it, as the editor for it. You can't just take what it gives you yet and throw it somewhere. That would be irresponsible as a practitioner. And then also from the perspective of learning, that lets you bypass, in some sense, learning the very topics that we care about, which has been a big concern. It's not just cheating, it's using it effectively in order to make it be a good learning tool. It can be great because you can have a conversation and ask questions about the AI that you would be afraid to ask in class, right? There's huge benefits to that. But also in terms of what the impact is on how we deliver stuff, you're gonna have to update things more frequently, but also you have to put your assessments, maybe, cheating's always been a problem. And then these AIs have really put a spotlight on this cheating issue. One of the impacts that it may have, I think, that I'm seeing in the way that I deliver a course is what I do in class is changing. If I care that they can do it on their own, or even if they're using ChatGPT, if I care about being able to clearly see how they're using it effectively, I want that to happen in class. And then finally, from the educating thing, one of the big things that scares me sometimes is people don't always understand that we're supposed to be educating students to be competent and successful and productive in the workforce of tomorrow, and you cannot do that unless they know how to use, for instance, ChatGPT or these AI tools that are proliferating. It's our responsibility not to prevent them from using those, but to make sure that they have all of the access and experience and wisdom to use them effectively. Sorry, that was long.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on some of the things that you've mentioned about teaching, how we teach AI, and also how we teach to be successful and productive in the work environment. Because in the end, we want to make sure that our students, regardless of age, they learn the right things and they can really be successful. So let's focus on hands-on learning and practical experiences, because that's really going to drive their success in the work environment. If you could mention some of the ways the educators can be more effective in integrating hands-on learning opportunities for the students in the AI programs, and also any examples of projects or initiatives that you think were very successful in providing students with practical AI experience.
Sure, and I'll kind of keep this conversation going and build a little off of some things that John said there. You know, my thesis advisor when I got my PhD, he said the most important thing you need to know about higher education is that change occurs one funeral at a time. And this is the challenge that we are facing, right? You've got a system in which people can't be fired. You've got silos, which I've heard referred to as columns of excellence. We have a lot of institutional barriers to change, right? And I think even the framing of how to deal with AI practically in the classroom hands-on, the framing of it with respect to cheating, right, is very much this kind of knee-jerk, reactionary position, and it's a difficult one to begin the conversation with. Like, some of us in this room are of an age where we remember how the ACT used to be taught without a calculator, and now you can have a calculator. And there were classrooms back then who would say if you brought a calculator to an exam, you were cheating. That wasn't cheating though, right? To keep my calculator metaphor moving forward here, right? It's a tool that lets you do something. And this existential freak out about teaching, I think, is just pointing in the wrong direction. That at the end of the day, what my job is as a professor at a university is to teach students how to ask good questions and how to evaluate those answers, period. It's not to teach them Python, it's not to teach them accounting, it's not to teach them R. It's to teach them how to ask good questions and evaluate answers, period. That's the point of going to college. Everything else is on the internet for free. So this revolution, and we'll keep it GPT, I guess, or Claude, or whatever conversation you want to have here, these foundational models do this. Like, this is a friggin' godsend. Every professor ought to be ecstatic about this, because what this does, right? Prompt engineering is just a fancy way of saying, how do you ask a good question? And to John's point, the evaluation of those answers, the evaluating about the code, right? That last sort of pass through of the content, that's what they need to do in whatever job they have. If they're working at PwC, if they're working at P&G, or if they're working in a startup. So the framing education needs to have around this is I have the ability, I have the gift of spending my time in the classroom, not on rote memorization, but on those two key things, how to ask good questions, how to evaluate the answers, and now I can really be a value add instead of repeating what's on the internet for free or what's on some of these online platforms that don't involve it. Second thing I want to say quickly about it is Department of Education talked a bit about AI, and number one thing they had in their sort of set of recommendations that I just want us to focus on, been a theme here yesterday, hopefully a theme here today, is the importance of the human in the loop, right? And building AI solutions is all about creating human in the loop solutions. And I very much am not here to talk about my startup, but what we're trying to do is create tools that allow teachers in the classroom to be able to use the AI to do things that they couldn't otherwise do. The value of a teacher in the classroom is that they know things about their students. So the AI ought to be able to leverage the knowledge a teacher has about the student to make that classroom experience customized and personalized and relevant to that student. The AI ought to be able to tell the teacher, here's how you should spend your time with the students in the classroom effectively and efficiently. So instead of teaching one thing to 30 people, you can pop around the classroom to whoever needs it. The AI should be able to tell you who needs that one-on-one attention. These are the kinds of day-to-day activities that AI can help use to change what a classroom experience is. The technology in many senses is already out there, not just what we're doing, right? I mean, there are sort of custom GPTs any teacher can, and I'm sure do build. So focusing that way, right, like not about cheating, but about those two fundamental behaviors in the classroom, I think changes everything about how you do the business of education.
That was great. I agree with all that. I'm trying to really recall the initial question, but I think you talked about practical approaches for hands-on learning experience. What can educators do? So I think a couple of things. So at Orchard, we have student interns. Our student interns are required in every discipline to use AI. And that's mandated just like they're required to bring a computer to work, just like they're required to use Microsoft Outlook. It is mandated that they use it. And in interdepartment meetings, what we do is we ask them to share use cases, which I think is really important because that shows them, it shows us, one, that they're actually using it, and then two, we can discuss certain things and help elevate their training and their skills. But a couple of other things I'd recommend. I think there's master's programs out there that already do this, and not necessarily in AI, but like Xavier's Master's Customer Analytics program, they developed something called Practicum, where they reached out to the community at large, the business community, and said, okay, we want to give you groups of master's students to work on a data science project. And I think that you could probably copy that from an AI perspective, just reaching out to the community at large. If you want to come talk to me about Orchard AI projects we have going where students could get real practical hands-on experience, please come talk to me. A couple of other things, I think it's really important to try to make AI learning fun. So building hackathons, competitions, challenges within your discipline in your classroom is really important. One of the things that we kicked around from a research perspective at Orchard was actually building an e-commerce apparel company from scratch, just using AI. No human involved except just being the prompter. And that's been actually really, really fun. And then two, if your students are using GPT in the classroom, I think setting aside time, maybe at the end of the day, for them to log their prompts, reflect on them, and note what worked and what didn't, and then talk about it. I think that could be really powerful too.
I think education over the years, at least based on my personal observation and experience, is that there's a lot of focus on what we learn and how much we've learned. And I think increasingly the focus should be on identifying where the knowledge gaps are for the students instead of assessing only what and how. And the answer to that will vary depending on what course you're talking about, and the answer with respect to the course will dictate the hands-on experience in specific courses and syllabus. At the very least, all of us, if we're teachers, educators, faculty members, we need to start somewhere, start small, but start. Some of the ways that I've been doing it is handing the prompt, handing the response generated out of a chatbot and saying, hey, critique this, instead of saying, here's a question, get me the response. Obviously, that's the easy way to do it, but if you give them the response and critique it, now obviously they can copy paste it and get the response out of the chatbot again, but using AI, using the students to critique what AI provides you as a response. A. B, I think a lot of students already out there are using it as a study buddy, because why not? A lot of students have been using AI, especially ChatGPT, to develop quizzes. I think those are some ways that most of us can start, regardless of what level we're teaching, when, how, so on and so forth. And the focus should increasingly be on identifying knowledge gaps, and that will determine the hands-on experience for each student, because learning is going to be personalized increasingly, and the more we focus on the gaps, the better it's going to be.
So you're saying we might want to start with questions. So I want to ask our audience some questions. If you have a US coin and you spin it, what is the probability to see the head? How many of you will say 0.5? So I ask this, you raise your hand. Okay, very good. So I can use you as an example. So I ask the same question to different cohorts. I ask high school students, I ask graduate students. So in particular, I can give you the result between two cohorts of high school students. So one cohort has taken statistics as AP course. The other one has not. And the one has not, they think. They did not give me an answer. They think. So I hear silence. But the cohort who have taken statistics courses, half of them say 0.5. The correct answer is not 0.5, because I'm not saying this is a fair coin. This is not a textbook coin. So this is a problem of our education. And this is the point I'm trying to make. So I think this is the way we want to teach. We want to put the things in a context. Right? So we begin with questions, we put that in a context, and then we give you my critics. So I think given the AI, I think it's more like the way I try to do is make it more conversational. So we begin with questions, you give me answers, give me your thought process. I think it's more important to emphasize on thought process. It's not the answer. So if you think about, and the night I used ChatGPT, I was kind of amazed. And the next day I took with my wife, I said, hey, if ChatGPT is fully knowledgeable, think about this, you have God sitting beside you. Truly, you have God like sitting beside me. You know everything, but it is me who make decisions. What do? I can ask you all the questions. You give me knowledge, but you delegate the decision-making process to me. What I do. So if I don't have an answer, but if we think about it this way, I think this is the way we should learn, and this is probably the way we should teach.
Hello. So, your GPT God lies to you sometimes, though. So, I think, it's almost exciting. There's been the dream of actually being able to deliver a good, personalized educational experience, and there are a lot of things that stand in the way. I mean, historically, the practicalities of being able to assess and grade and provide feedback to groups of 30 is very challenging. But then there's also infrastructure things. We live in a system where you get grades, where your course, you have a certain amount of time to get the subject. And when the time's up, you move on, whether it's a C or an A, you say you got it, and you go. So I'm not going to hold my breath, but it would be really nice if that was an effect of this, is that we actually did get some sort of a mastery-based, personalized education system that was somehow able to overcome those barriers and grow. That's inspiring from what I saw going down here. In terms of the question, which was actual interventions and activities, I can speak to a few. So one is anytime there is written communication, like a thesis or a thesis proposal, the initial question is, can they use ChatGPT for those? And a lot of people have this idea that if you use a GPT, it's the GPT's work and not yours. But in practice, what really happens is you write a draft and the GPT writes a draft that's actually readable by somebody else. And just in terms of being able to deliver an education, it's really nice to be able to understand what my students are saying. That's not always been clear in the past. I mean, there's typically a lot of back and forth where it's just about getting the grammar of the sentence that I can parse. So this has been very helpful in that sense. I can remember the first time that GPT was out, so long ago. When GPT first came out and I gave my project to my class, I kind of panicked a little bit, honestly. And so I was concerned, and I still am concerned, about the equitability of access to a language tool like a GPT for students. There was a free version, but it was not as good, and it's now as good for OpenAI's product. And you're limited to how much you could use it. And so, not only that, there were students who had intimidation about using a tool and others that didn't. And if you know that the tool's out there, then you know that some people are going to use it. And the tools that detect it, I have no faith in. So, that kind of, I was a little bit concerned. So what my reaction was, is the same thing that I deal with for collaboration sometimes is, I'm curious to know how you use it, if you use it. If you didn't use it, tell me. If you did use it, then a part of your assignment is now to explain how you used it. And I will grade you based on that, with that into account. And if you used it and you didn't tell me and I find out, that's a little bit of a problem, right? So I would just include that as an option, because in the class you can't guarantee that everybody's got access to the paid version of X or Perplexity, or there's this huge diversity of things that people could be using. And I want them to use if they can, but there is that kind of fairness issue as well. And frankly, I learned a lot. So one of the things that happened is students, in terms of what my team did coding, right? It's a lot easier to understand the code that you wrote than it is to understand the code that anybody else wrote. Even the quality of GPT code is pretty good in terms of clarity, but it's hard. It was actually harder for those students who used the GPT when they generated a solution that was almost what I asked for, but not quite. Because now they had to figure out what was wrong with it. And even interacting with GPT, it's not always clear to them how to interact with GPT to zero in, or I'm using GPT, but to zero in on what's going wrong, or just to take a step back and say, maybe I should use my human brain now, right? So that was, I guess, a really interesting, for me, and I think good for them, experience on how to fold AI into an existing class without even having to really change it very much.
So we've mentioned the paid versions, and that's going to lead to my other area of interest or topic. Next topic is the inclusion. How can we make sure that we have diverse audiences, and the people who cannot afford paid versions, they still stay in the AI education, that we can provide them the right education, because otherwise we're running a big risk that the gap between haves and not haves is going to be knows and don't know, is going to be exponentially growing, and that's going to have high risk. Because we have only like 5 minutes left, okay, I want to combine this with the next question, also another area. How can we work together with, what do you see as examples of collaboration between industry and education to actually address diversity, inclusion, and how can we work together on accomplishing that? So it'll be two different topics, but kind of merged together, because I believe that we, as a community, as a society, we have responsibility for that, and one academia or only industry cannot really accomplish that, but we have to really work together to make sure that nobody's left behind.
So 5 minutes to solve the digital divide and the diversity problem.
Be sure.
Got it, Michael. Good, we're set. I will actually this time truly be quick about it. First, I'll say, with respect to the access, I think this is not dissimilar to the digital divide conversations that have been going on for the last decade. I think we approach it the exact same way we've approached the digital divide question. I mean, it's not to say it's not a problem, it's a persistent problem, but I'm not sure that there's any sort of novel solutions that AI presents that we didn't have to think about in terms of broadband access or any other sort of access to technology issues. So I'm going to kind of jump past that one. And on the inclusion piece of it, if you were here yesterday, there was a session in this room around this topic, and one of the speakers was talking about how she that morning asked one of the foundational models to give her pictures of 10 CEOs, 10 female CEOs, I think is actually what she said. And they were all white women, every one of them. And it took a handful of other prompts before there was not a white woman in the set of, in fact, there was a negative prompt that elicited that. I think the more interesting question around diversity isn't as much access as it is recognizing and having people who use these models and students in the context of this conversation be mindful and aware of the bias that these systems bring, recognize it when it happens, acknowledge it when it happens, and push towards solutions for that, which a lot of very smart people are working on today. I mean, the Department of Justice is addressing the monopoly issues with respect to ownership and access and cost and price points, right? And I think that's going to get sorted out in those conversations. And so I think our responsibility is more on the side of diversity and inclusion and around the acknowledgement of that and having students see it. Because once they can see it there, they should be able to see it other places as well.
Just a couple of quick thoughts. So I think the inclusion piece and the digital divide are really two difficult conversations and things that we need to tackle. Unfortunately, I don't really think that there's great solutions out there right now. I think in terms of just overall inclusion, in our teaching progression for Orchard and our Orchard AI for everyone before everybody goes off in their kind of discipline-specific learning pathways, we specifically designed a course about bias. And I think that that's critically important besides just having an overall AI 101 foundation about what language models are. I think you need to really spend time talking about the bias of these models and specifically really focus on the frontier models at first and then kind of move into more specialized models so students really understand what the differences are. Some of the things that we did and just thinking about like our staff before we had like a budget to invest in a GPT license for everybody was really just making our teaching progression focused on the frontier models that were free. And that was a choice that we made. But as things continue to evolve and for us to stay relevant within our curriculum, we obviously have had to build out something specific for GPT by itself. But I think really, within your teaching progression or curriculum, make sure you focus on the frontier models and make sure that you spend a lot of time on the models that are free. Don't just assume that everybody can afford a license, because that's just not the case. And don't assume that everybody has the technology to be able to run GPT or these models at the highest level, right? I mean, like you need good Wi-Fi, things of that nature. So those are all just considerations.
I'll give you a little bit of a different perspective on the inclusion part. I think in the US and world over, there's a certain tendency to go back to our old methods of assessment. Go to the exam hall, closed book exams, time tests, so on and so forth, oral exams. I think we need to be mindful of what that does to the students that have needs when it comes to assessment. So that's something to be mindful of. I think parents, uncles, aunties, teachers, educators need to put student hats on and understand how are the students going to break this down. We could develop any curriculum, any syllabus that we want, and if the student wants to use a certain tool, they'll use a certain tool. I know I would have. If the teacher can't catch it, I don't know. So put the student hats on and try and beat your own assessment method. Try and beat your own course. I've done that and found some loopholes in how the course has been designed and therefore been able to plug those gaps. So that's something that needs to be thought of. From an industry standpoint, I think there's a certain larger, broader discussion that needs to happen both between industries and policymakers in terms of what are our educational goals, how do we reform them, and what resources do we need to reform these goals. And since we're short on time, I'll leave you with a radical prediction, if you will. I think in near future, we're gonna have, as faculty members, we're gonna have AI TAs, which are gonna grade submissions that are out of AI tools. So AI grading AI. So what is education gonna be? Where is the learning at that point? I hope we're not there, but I have a bad feeling we're gonna be there soon.
So I'm going to share with you one action we have taken in the UC College of Business. So I'm running a series called Analytics Without Borders. So the idea is, when we talk about analytics, we think about people with statistical machine learning background, right? But now, given the rise of AI, we realize domain expert can contribute tremendously to this field. And the other reason we do this series is we want to bring together people with very, very different backgrounds. So I can tell you who are our audience. We have undergraduate students from psychology, from mathematics, from architecture, from pharmacy. We also have faculty members from computer science, from engineering, from pharmacy, also from across all the business disciplines. We also have business leaders. The reason we do this is because not just to include people, but we believe people can contribute to this series. I'll give you an example. So we did the first event on the topic of generative AI, that just 3 months after OpenAI published ChatGPT. So one question I ask myself is, and ask the audience, so tell me one thing you believe you can do but ChatGPT cannot do. So you may have your own answer. But so we use Mentimeter to project all answers on the screen. You can see the answers immediately. You're amazed. If you were there, you will be amazed about the answers. And I give you 2 answers. I still remember. One of them is heart. So we have hearts, but ChatGPT does not. And the other one is even better, is arms. Arms. So when I see that answer, I don't think this person means physical arms. It means physical arms. It's true, right? But I think there is some implication that means if we have arms, we can hug people. That means what? That means we have a different layer of interaction with people, which ChatGPT may not have. So these answers come from the audience. They may be students. They are not necessarily faculty members who have 10 or 20 years experience in analytics. And one message I want to deliver is, the reason we emphasize inclusiveness is not to include you, is we want to have you to contribute to something together.
I snapped my fingers. Yeah, so although people are working on embodied AI, so won't be long. So I would say that there are access problems in higher education already. I mean, can you afford to go to college? Can you afford to go to grad school? We have a system where you need to buy the textbooks, you need to buy the computer. I don't know if we have a mechanism where you're going to have some tech fee that you need to pay in order to get the AI, and then at least within that university there's some leveling. But, I mean, it's still a fundamental issue. I don't know if anybody's going to donate. We'll accept it if you want to donate GPTs to all of our students, but okay. So, in terms of inclusivity, I don't want to take too much time, but I do kind of want to bounce off a little bit. It's not about inclusivity as a service to underrepresented groups. One of the problems that these models have that causes societal issues is that they reflect the biases that are in the data that they're trained in and in the way that they're built. And I've seen this in my research. We tried to generate once automatically generating text prompts that you could use to edit images. So you take a corpus of images and now you're going to say, what are the most dominant types of edit that somebody might do? And it came up with some interesting things. Add glasses, give them a beard, make them look more like a male, make them look more like a female. Make them look like they play CSGO. And then a lot of unexpected things that we couldn't publish. Which turned into a whole other interesting side. You know, these things exist in there, right? And a big part of the reason that they exist, I don't know if you remember the HP thing where it wouldn't recognize certain people. So it has to do with actually a pipeline problem. You're training a model represent the demographics of the country as a whole, and that is the accessible population that you have, and that bleeds into it, you know. It's not just there for models, it's there for the people that you want to turn to talk to in class. It's for your group mates, it's across the board. And I don't even know that it's an AI problem, it's just, at least in CS, it's a general tech problem.
And this is going to be the last question. So in one sentence, if you could tell us, what do you see as a future direction in AI in education? What you're most excited about it? What can we expect in the next few years? One sentence, very quickly.
Yeah, since we're out of time, I'm gonna pass.
I think kind of what he had said, a teaching assistant for every professor and a personalized tutor for every student. I think that that's really, really exciting because, like you talked about at the end, just saying that the personalized learning approach is something that's always been somewhat achievable, but now it's very, very achievable with AI.
I think learning has to be continuous and intentional now more than ever, regardless of if you're a faculty member, educator, or a student.
So if you think about 20 years ago, you may have lawmakers, policymakers to discuss the fairness issue. But what I foresee in the next 10 or 20 years, you need to have social science knowledge and also the data knowledge to define what do we really mean by being fair.
I think students will be able to think at a higher and more abstract level. They will no longer need to fear the blank page and the blank screen, and instead they'll be able to focus on higher order, more abstract, more generalizable, more fundamentally valuable parts of their education.
So with that, thank you very much, the audience, for being here.
For developers, please come on in, there's plenty of room. And so I just want to say, I think this is going to really be a great one. It's really, you know, a lot of benchmarking that we've done with Boston really is about having the right forms to really get work done. And so I'm really excited about this one because this is really about rolling up your sleeves and getting some shit done, right? So with that, I want to say hello to the people who get shit done, and that's Pieces for Developers.
Woo! Great intro. Thank you, Carl. So I'm Rosie. I'm Chief Customer Officer for Pieces for Developers, and I brought a stellar team today to talk to you about Pieces. So I'll just let them introduce themselves.
So I'm Jim. I'm head of development advocacy at Pieces. It's my job to help developers like you be successful at Pieces. So I'll come connect with me later. If you've got any questions about Pieces, I'm here to help you.
Yeah, I guess before I speak, you everybody hear me okay? Because I am wired up to a mic, but is this like a little double? That's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. I'm Matt. I'm one of the co-founders and chief product officer of Pieces for Developers. I live here in Cincinnati, born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. My day-to-day, it's a lot like writing code, managing code, working with engineers who are also writing code and building good software for our company. So really excited to show you guys what we're working on and how it impacts your day-to-day as a developer. And get some into it. Great, yeah.
My name is Sam. I'm the Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer at Pieces, and I love talking about all things ML. So please grab me, and yeah, more than happy to chat with.
Cool. Right, before we kick off, now we've all had a nice morning so far. Yeah, we've all sat down and had some great sessions. We've all stood up and talked. But I always like to take a moment to do a little bit of self-care. So, if you are willing and able, put your plates down and stand up. Make sure you've got a little bit of space around you if you're comes up next to people. Okay, right, I want you all to give me a big thumbs up, both hands as far forward as you can go. There we go. Can you feel that stretch? Stretch forward. Now, I want you to bring your arms out and stretch sideways as far as you can go. I'm going to put my microphone in there. There we go. As far as you can go. Can you feel that stretch? You feel that? You're not punching the person next to you? No? Cool. Right. Breathe in. And out. Breathe in. And out. One more. Breathe in. And out. Right. Give yourself a round of applause. You feel
I skipped my yoga class for this, so I really appreciate that.
Yoga and tech. What more can you ask for? Well, I'm going to hand you over to Matt to start working through this.
So, can you guys hear me okay with this mic? You can hear me well for the live stream. Okay. Well, great. Let's just see if this is here. Awesome. So, first of all, I'm super thrilled to be here talking about what we're building in Pieces. For those that don't know, we're a startup company. We're located on the 3rd floor here at Union Hall. Right downstairs is where our team is working on the magic. And what we're doing is we're building a suite of developer tool, AI developer tools to help developers sort of manage their day-to-day work in progress and some of that work in progress chaos that they experience. So to help me just better understand who we have here, how many engineers or anybody that's working with code are in the room? Okay, awesome. And can you guys just kind of give me a couple of examples of what it is that you guys do?
I run Office 365 collaboration services for Strips.
Nice. Who else had their hand up?
API enablement team, so API code base, Python, Java.
Awesome. Anybody else care to share?
SaaS application, Java enterprise backend.
Nice. So to put myself into context, I work primarily with Flutter and Dart. I'm more of a front-end engineer. And I primarily spend a lot of my time working on our desktop application that we ship to Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. And we have a whole series of plugins that I'll share more about. But basically for obviously the developers in the room and those who are not developers in the room, this is kind of what a day in the life of a developer looks like. And so right here you can see I'm in my browser, I'm researching code. You can see there's an API for image picker for Flutter. There's a whole package here, block for state management. Maybe there's an issue that I'm experiencing that I need to go and find some code that will help me solve that issue. And this happens all day long, no matter who you are as a developer. You're always researching for something
new that you need to build, you're trying to solve an error or an issue or a bug, and maybe you need to do some research to do that. And so as a developer, you come across things like this all day, every day. And these are what we refer to as just simply code snippets. You'll see this page has a variety of them. They're all over the place. And in the past, what you want to do is save this snippet for later, right? It may be something that you need to come back to later on, you need to refer to it later, you may need to share it with a team member. And what that process used to look like was copying it and pasting it into something like a Notes app. And so this right here, for the sake of demo, is Apple Notes. You may use Notion, you may have some Google or Microsoft product, text document, whatever it may be. But you'll notice when I paste that, I don't really get anything in return. There's no syntax highlighting, there's nothing telling me what language this code is written in, there's nothing telling me where that code came from, and I have really no context about that code. And so what happens later on is, as a developer, as soon as I need that or think to myself, where is that? I don't know where it is, and I find myself repeating that same pattern of going back, performing that same Google search, that same ChatGPT query, whatever it may be, to try and find it. If I can't find it, well, I'm really pissed off. And so the first evolution of Pieces for developers was, can we build a better place for people to save these small materials, these code snippets? And so enter in the Pieces for developers desktop application. And so what you're looking at here is our macOS version of the desktop application. This is my personal snippet repository. So if I was to scan through some of these are some snippets that I saved. Here's a great example, formatting bytes, right? Again, I work on the UI, I get a whole bunch of bytes in. I need to make that a nice readable string, 5 bytes. This is how I do it. That's something that I share with others. So I'm going to take that code snippet that's currently on my clipboard, and I'm just going to paste that into Pieces for developers. And so immediately what you see just happen, I'll stop and I'll just share a couple things, is it's instantly more helpful for me. So not only did I paste that into Pieces for developers, pick up on the fact that that was code instead of just raw text, it was able to give me a classification. It was able to identify that this was, in fact, dark code. The second thing there is it gave me an automatic title. So now I actually have a smart title. I didn't have to manually go through the process to do that myself, take time out of my day. It's going to do that for me. I have an abundance of just contextual information about this code snippet. What is it? A potential search query that I can use to find it. A variety of tags, again, help me when I need to go and retrieve that later. And a nice series of annotations. And this annotation is just simply going to describe what this code snippet is doing. And so what just happened there was we use a variety of on-device machine learning to identify what is this thing that that user just put into Pieces. And so from that being said, I'll kind of pause and I'll let Sam, if you have anything else to add on that process, please feel free to jump in and share a bit more about what just happened there.
Yeah, no, I think the key thing to realize here is this is happening totally on device. And yeah, once you've got all those generated materials, generated from this code snippet, what that enables you to do is really find things exactly when you need them, right? So if this was stuck in my Notes app, there's nowhere I'm going to find it, right? With all of this metadata, I'm going to remember what it does. I'm also going to remember who has interacted with it, which we'll talk a little bit about later. And I can look back at the website where it came from, all the rest, and that just makes these things a lot more useful, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. So a great sort of segue into that is you just saw me do that via copy and paste. Now, taking that a level higher, we've actually built a series of integrations to make this even easier. So if I go back into my browser, you see these couple of buttons right here. And so with our browser extension, you can use these buttons to just, as you're going about your day, very simply click copy and save. There's preferences where you can just simply save. I'm going to go ahead and do this again. So I'm going to click save to Pieces. And if I do it from there, I'm going to have obviously all the things that you just saw. But really nice is I've got somewhere should be the origin site. The origin site. So instantly, in a matter of 2 clicks, I'm able to get right back to the origin website. And so, of course, as a developer, you can imagine that going about your day, going about your week, you might be saving tens, hundreds of these snippets. And so the next evolution was, I want to be able to find and interact with snippets really easily. And so from there, we built this awesome thing called Global Search. And Global Search is an offline search of my snippet repository that happens really, really, really fast. And it's a great way for me to be able to find what that drives safety in pieces. How to kill in pieces OS. So right there, what you just saw is a nice search query. And think about it kind of like your little offline Google for your code. And I found my snippets, kill pieces OS, instantly I'm on my way, I got my command, and so on. On the right-hand side, you'll notice a variety of other data related to that query. And so related people, as Sam was mentioning on earlier. So related people is a really powerful part of the context engine in pieces that helps associate code to who it's relevant to. And so if you're a developer and you work on a team, you very well will be saving code from your IDE. There are people related to that code. Well, that's helpful in the event that you need to figure out who wrote code, who to ask a question to later on to get help on something that you're working on, and a variety of other implications. Anything to add on that? The people in the context research?
Yeah, I think one thing about the people here, right, is that something interesting, like you often know where a material came from, right? So you know the team member who sent it to you, you know your boss wants you to work on this particular thing. I think what's really special about this is we're able to tell you not just like who sent it to you or who's directly connected to it, but also other people in the organization who are working on similar things or who are learning similar concepts. We use their code and what they've been working on to match them to your materials. Okay, so imagine you're onboarding, you're faced with a huge new repo or a whole big organization of people. One of the really good things about this is it tells you who is going to be directly related to what you're working on now. Yeah, I'm deep into some aspect of the code base pieces. I can drop the code in pieces and tell me exactly who do I need to speak to learn more about this. Yeah.
So, it looks magical. It would be really nice to have all those code snippets and all the metadata around it. Do I have to go put all that metadata myself on all these things?
No. So it completely depends on certain criteria, but the short answer is no. So as soon as you save that to pieces, Pieces is going to basically automatically enrich it with a lot of that metadata. It's sort of similar to what we saw on the case. And maybe I should go ahead and try that again. But maybe I'll start with the IDE. So if I'm in my IDE, and let's say there's some code that I apologize for the window size, I'm wildly zoomed in version of my desktop. But yeah, so you'll notice I'm in Visual Studio Code. How many people here use Visual Studio Code? Nice. Use code users. We have the Visual Studio Code plugin. Highly recommend checking that out. You'll notice pieces, save to pieces, and of course, just that one click. I'm going to go back in here so we can see it. And now you'll notice a lot of the enrichment is already there. So did you see that? So you've got this automatic name. I've got Nathan Courtney, obviously myself, figure that I'm related to it. The GitHub repository and its automatic tags automatically there, so you didn't have to do anything. So, and of course, you can add more to it.
So that would provide a link back to the software project where you got it from, essentially, if you want to get more context.
That's exactly right.
Hard links and soft links, right? So we've got hard links that come directly from which you can pick up the meta information in the IDE or the meta information in the file, what have you. But also generated links, okay, to other parts of the code base or other information sources that are related to the code.
If I could geek out for a moment, we're at an AI conference. I assume that you said similar bits of code. You're actually taking that code, you're getting an embedding on it, and then comparing it to the similar embeddings to find other semantically similar code.
Correct.
Cool.
Nice.
All on device, I should say. Yeah. This is nothing we've seen so far touches the cloud. Yeah.
And that's probably, I haven't really touched on it yet, but that's one of the core philosophies that we started out with at Pieces for Developers. Obviously, working with developers, it is a very security conscious group of people. So from the very beginning, all this data actually that you see saved in Pieces, and all this machine learning, was actually designed to be stored locally on their machine as well as run on that machine first. So it's been a big principle for us moving through, from the start to where we are now, and continues to be. So.
I just thought it's a topic we talked about yesterday. Maybe wearing my my grumpy business manager hat, right? I said, cool. I've got a project, and I'm assigning, 10 engineers to the project. Have you been able to document either anecdotally or maybe with your tracking of data from usage? And this, I think, gets to, being able to raise money, is like, what is the real value proposition here? What is the incremental benefit that XYZ Corporation is gonna get from their developers taking advantage of this versus what they do today? Is there a 10% savings? Is there a 20% savings? Is there a 30% savings?
We've got a great quote. So we have,
Okay.
we're running a bunch of pilot clients who are using your
And
tool as their team.
and who's we?
Pieces for developers. I'm Rosie. I'm Chief
Okay.
Customer Officer, so I manage all the pilot clients that we have. So if any of you guys want to do a pilot with me, please, let's chat after this. But basically, we have several different clients who are running this with us, and the most recent one was our developers used to take 2 to 3 weeks to create a new feature. It's 1 week now in pieces. So I'll take that percentage down pretty good.
Just quickly, I'll add on to that
That's
is.
what it has to do. That's what it has to do.
Sorry.
I was just curious, so you were saying this is all local, so you have to have the source code local that you're searching for similar use cases, right? But if you have a team that has a centralized repo, it sort of publishes, but you don't have, that repo, so you know to search within the company, boundaries essentially.
Well, yes. So, like the way we share code, right, as developers is using like GitHub repos, right? Large repos. And so we're gonna get to this feature super soon, but we absolutely have the ability to add these repos to your pieces drive, search them for useful snippets, but also like use them as a contextual grounding for some of the AI to inform the things we get.
But you don't have to pull that project down locally.
No, you don't. Yeah, we've got full GitHub integration.
Okay. Yep. So great question, great segue. Mark, we're going to come back to you at some point because I do have some thoughts that will help answer your question too.
Okay.
But I want to introduce to everybody sort of the next iteration. What's that, Rosie? Yeah, okay. The next sort of evolution of pieces, right, is you've got all these things saved, you can search them, you can find them, great, what's the value? Cool. In the world of co-pilots, as a developer, I want to be able to now interact with the things that I've saved. Or if I'm the recipient of something that's been shared to me through pieces, I need to be able to interact, ask questions about it, and be able to understand what is this code doing, and potentially generate more, transform it, and so on. So here, what we're looking at is actually the Pieces for Developers Copilot. And what's unique about the Pieces for Developers Copilot is it's unlike other copilots in the sense that you get to plug and play your own large language model. And so, or a variety of large language models. So you'll see here, you have the opportunity to choose between using a variety of OpenAI models, known as GPT-4o or their latest models, Palm 2, if you're interested in leveraging Google models, Gemini, and of course, on device, which, as we mentioned and touched on earlier, a core philosophy of the company through and through from the start to where we are now is being able to do everything that you see, not only leveraging cloud LLMs, but also running locally on your machine. So what that means is this computer could be completely disconnected from the internet, Wi-Fi off, and I can still have a conversation with my co-pilot working on code. I think Jim can maybe attest to working on this and doing this.
I did that on the plane on the way here. I flew in from Seattle and I was using the Mistral LLM on device, getting all my questions answered, hacking away on code at 30,000 feet without worrying about it. It's amazing.
Yeah, big smile on my face.
Which model were you using locally?
I was using the Mistral.
And if I just boil it down with like Olama, or what do I have to do to get Mistral running locally to use it with this?
So just
click a button.
Click button, go on device, Mistral, and then you have to be a little bit more aware of the type of machine that you're trying to use it on. So you do have a dedicated GPU. In my case, I'm running a MacBook Pro with an M1 chip, so I do have a dedicated GPU, so I prefer that one. If you're not in that case, you can use the CPU model as well, which is primarily for those machines.
And they're lightning fast.
Yeah. Exactly. So, any other questions before I keep moving forward?
So I know Stack Overflow is an enterprise version, like where the organization can build a tribal knowledge for, so is that like your application or your solution is like competition? This or can it replace Stack Overflow? Maybe that's a easier question.
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of these co-pilots that you see launched, like we've got the GitHub Copilot, which now we're calling them co-pilots, but a year ago it was just GitHub, wasn't it? And then you've got Stack Overflow and all of this stuff, and they tend to be very locked into one modality or one like software vertical, I guess. And what we were very interested in doing is not doing that, because I think a lot of the value that comes from these things, and we've seen this at like the Apple conference, is cross-vertical. Okay, so we want one Copilot which we can run on a GPU or cloud model of our choice, and we want it to have access to elements from across our workflow, right? And I think, basically that's it, and that's what differentiates us from products like this Stack Overflow.
A lot of this comes down to context, right? What is the context that the large language model has? What is the context that the tool has in order for me to get what I need out of it, and for it to be contextual to my workflow? And so, of course, like a lot of tools, Copilots, ChatGPT, potentially Stack Overflow, they have their own unique context, which is great. Pieces, you do have the ability to upload your own context to Pieces to be able to have specific conversations to maybe your local repository, whatever that may be. But we actually don't want you as a user to have to do any of that. We don't want you to think, oh, I have this repository, I need to upload it and have a conversation with it. We actually want to do a lot of that stuff for you so that all you're doing and focusing on is just going about your normal day-to-day. You go solve that problem, go implement that feature, you go in between your Slack, your GChat, your email, whatever it may be, and for lack of a better term, for Pieces to help remember everything and for you to be able to interact with everything while using Pieces. And so what I'll share with you guys now is a brand new feature that we are pretty excited about, which is called Live Context. And what Live Context is going to do is it doesn't require any integrations, it doesn't require you to upload any files or folders, it doesn't require you to really do anything other than going about your day. And so what that looks like in practice is, here I'm in my email, right? I'm a superhuman user. Any other superhuman users? Yep. I'm in my email, and of course, we're getting hundreds of emails all day long. I can't remember every detail of everything. Here's something about a Venture Lab EIR debrief. And what is happening is, Pieces is taking awareness of what I'm doing, and I can go and interact with those things. And so what that looks like is the EIR. Great. So what did we just see there? We didn't see any integrations with Superhuman. We didn't see me upload a file or a folder. We didn't see me really do anything manually except for doing what I'm normally doing. I am interacting with my email. There was obviously a scheduled date and time, and Pieces was aware of that. And I'm able to come back into Pieces Copilot and ask a simple question like that: when is the Venture Lab EIR debrief? And you say in a matter of seconds, I have that answer. You can see Thursday, June 13th, from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. at 1819 Innovation Hub, located in That's not pulling anything from the internet. It's not pulling anything from anything that I've uploaded. Simply what you just saw. June 13th, 12:30, 1:30, 1819. Yep.
So the cool thing here, I guess, is once you start using this, you start to realize how much friction there is in tools like ChatGPT and enterprise copilots. And the sort of beauty of this is you never have to come out of your focus. You're not switching windows. You're not like, oh, what was the prompt I used, and maybe I need to paste this and all the rest of it. All of that's handled, and you can just get on with your work, right?
So where does this go from here, right? So I imagine some of you guys are thinking, like, how did that all work? And we're happy to talk a little bit more about that. But where does this go from here, right? There's a variety, probably a million things that you could think of. I mean, I could be in my email and asking questions about emails that have come through in the past. I have my Google chat, my infrastructure stand up. I can ask questions like, give me a summary of what Sam is working on today. I can be solving a problem in my code base, getting an error and exception, and instead of me having to take a screenshot, upload something, I'm just going to simply go back over to Pieces and ask Pieces, tell me more about the error I just got, and help me solve this. And so what Pieces is interested in doing is potentially it goes to Mark's original question: is so what, right? And so all of the work in progress that developers are doing right now, in the way that it is today, is lost. So the links in the websites that I went to solve that bug is lost as soon as I leave the company. The how did I approach a specific implementation of something, the why that went into it, is lost. And so what Pieces is doing is it's helping capture that work in progress journey to be able to leverage that for other team members, both now, present, and in the future. And so in the case of coming back to coding, right? If I get an error, get an exception, and I go to this link, this link, this link, and I finally arrive at my solution, that work in progress is captured. And it's not only captured from the sense of like, okay, I can interact with these things, but it's captured in the sense that I can now leverage that for other team members that maybe run into that error and need to solve that later on. And the step is go to this website, here's the link, or here's the code snippet that you're gonna need, elevate to that proactively once that error occurs, and sort of intersect them with where they are. So that's part of that value, if that makes sense.
And also, just to add to that, one of the biggest values you've got here is the time span over which you can ask a question, because hands up if you get distracted. Yeah, and so we've all been in that situation now. I'm in code, I'm deep in the state of flow, I need to go and look something up. And as I'm zipping through my apps, I go past my email app, I see an email from my boss, and I stop and I answer the email. And then another email comes in, and I go into my chat app. So I'm doing all the logistical tasks that I have to do because they've been surfaced to me because I've moved outside of my IDE. And then when I come back to my IDE, it's, what was I just doing? And that becomes a problem. It affects all of us. It's just part of the nature of the beast. It could be I'm deep in the middle of something and I pulled into a meeting that I have to go to, or someone comes up and asks me a cup of coffee. There's so many ways we can get distracted, but then we can just go back in here and say, what was I doing? It instantly get that refreshed back to kind of return me to that state of flow much, much quicker. I mean, they reckon for a developer, when you get out of the state of flow, you're looking at 15 to 30 minutes to get back in. With this, you can get back in much quicker because it reminds you of what you were doing. So it's not necessarily instant, but it's substantially faster than if you just try and work it out manually.
Does anybody have any questions or thoughts or impressions?
One thing, does it ever reinforce like bad findings? So like if a developer searched, searched 4 or 5 things to try to fix the problem, and the 5th one was the one that they, will it somehow keep those other 4 and then misguide others to the wrong path?
Yes. Yes and no. Again, it's all about capturing that work in progress. So ultimately, those steps, while they maybe didn't land you on the end result, they at least were a stepping stone to help you get there.
Yeah. Okay.
And we know which one got you to the final result, right? Because you solved the problem. Yeah. If you don't solve the problem, if you don't have, if you've got 5 separate solutions and you don't choose one of them, then there's no indication whatsoever. Yeah. But if you write a solution or solve something based on some evidence, then that connection allows us to choose what the relevant material is to your solution. Yeah.
Cool. So how does it know the context of the search or problem you're solving?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So the context is like deeply connected to the chat. Okay? And so we don't persist any data that's not that you haven't talked about, right? We don't want all of the things you see. We just want the things that you thought were important at that time. So it persists purely the data we see through here. And so the flow would be solve a problem, come in here, say how did I solve the problem, and then pass that solution off to other people.
Is that your question?
So fuzzy, but I think too many questions for one.
So when I do the search, what are all the data sources you can go against? Is it any email, Slack, anything local? How does that work?
It's specifically the things that you've encountered and come across, right? So we're not going to be crawling through your email if there's a variety of emails that you haven't opened, right? And the way, again, relating this back to kind of the live context, is this is following me as I go about. So I'm in this email, I'm looking at this email, I'm in this browser tab, I'm looking at the contents of this browser tab, and so on. So in that moment, what it has is it's got that email, it's got the content on that browser tab. And so there's not other emails that it's looking at beyond that. Does that make sense? So until you interact with it, we don't see it. Insights into it.
So it's scraping things I bring to the forefront, basically.
And it's using that with the LLM as well. So it's whatever the LLM knows is also more context that gets used in the answers that you get.
And if I close that browser tab, it's gone, or it's there for the day, or how long does that work?
If you close that browser, like let's say you go and you're on a browser tab, and you close the browser tab, and you've never interacted with pieces in that time frame, that data, we're not taking any of that. There's nothing saved there.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep. Now, if you go and you interact with that, and we pull a query that matches against some of the contents that you leverage, then that will be persisted for 24 hours. So I guess one final thought that I have is everything that we kind of just shared there. Again, we were looking at the desktop application, but everything we shared is available within our Visual Studio Code plugin. So what you see here, obviously the pieces extension. These are all my saved materials. And I'm not seeing my pieces Copilot. So all the conversations that I have had should be there. Yep, Ventral IPIR. So I can interact with these things right within the context of my IDE, whether you're on JetBrains, Visual Studio Code. We also have integrations for Obsidian, Jupyter Lab, a variety of browsers, and yeah, more coming soon. So I'd love to hear from you guys about what integrations you may be interested in, and of course what you get. So thank you.
start or get wired up.
We good? Can you hear me? Or I gotta use both? I use both. Okay, all right. One's for the stream.
Hey, use the mic anyway, you think people can hear you?
Yeah,
People that
for
don't
sure.
hear well?
Test 1, 2. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Test 1, 2. All right, thank you everybody for joining. Hopefully we'll have a really good engaging panel today. We have an astute panel of experts that will chime in on their various experiences with explainability in AI. So before we get started, let me just go ahead and have them each introduce themselves one at a time, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Nick Goodapole. I'm a co-founder of a company called BrandRank.ai. And we help brands monitor what's being said about them across the generative AI engine. So our focus is the generative AI side of things. And then we provide them with insights to take action and improve their state.
So I've heard of BrandRank.ai. I'm also the chief scientific advisor, BrandRank.ai, and of the co-founder of Cincy with Dino. And in my spare time, I'm a professor at the University of Cincinnati. I'm director of the AI lab. I'm very happy to be here.
After that introduction, with Kelly being on everybody's company. So my name is Dino Montes. I'm CEO of Cincy Health, co-founder along with Kelly. What we do is we are diagnosing coronary artery disease through mammograms. Our explainable AI
Trying to be Kelly Cohen's student or something.
We've got an organization that Kelly would like to be a part of too. I'm the CEO and founder of Nexogen.
Excuse me, sorry, it's really hard to hear.
All right, let me get a little closer. Is that
You're the
better?
best one, everybody else is very hard to hear. Is there a volume up on there?
That's a great question. I don't know.
No, I just increased my volume.
I think we just need to hold the mic closer and yell. I think that's what it is.
We got Paparazzi Kelly over here.
Yeah.
CEO of Nexogen, co-founder of Nexogen. We do IT services, cybersecurity, cloud, AI, all sorts of fun stuff and technology. Also co-founder of RoveIQ, which is a smart city company. We make 8-foot tall iPhones and put them in city streets. We make the operating system for, and we have an IoT analytics platform associated with it. We have 1,500 around the country. Our CEO, PJ Kellen's in the building somewhere. I'm also the co-founder of Pay Options, which is a payroll platform that services 48 states. We have 40 people. And then a couple other interesting things that we're working on, but I'm lucky to be an entrepreneur, I guess, in this one for
We have one company. I only got invited here because my co-founder couldn't make it.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, I'm the CTO of Scheduler AI. We help businesses turn warm leads into meetings. A few other things along the way, but that's the most important, exciting thing we do is help businesses actually grow by using an AI engine.
All right. So that's the panel for today. I want to just start out really quickly, open it up. How many of you understand what explainable AI is? A couple. Okay. So I'll take a quick intro. Like, explainable AI is really important for a number of reasons. One is the definition of explainability for AI is having the ability to understand what the machine learning models are actually doing, right? And by having explainability within the models that you have and using tools to document what the models are doing, it leads to a number of things. One is trust, right? Because you know it's not a black box, you know what it's actually doing, and so you can understand that. And sometimes they're documented through tools, and sometimes the models themselves are just self-explanatory. By looking at them, you can figure it out. And the second thing is bias. you can start to use the explainability and the results by understanding the results. You can now start to look at biases, and you can start to adapt the models better, and you can mitigate bias in creating those models. And so bias is another thing. And I think the biggest thing, the two biggest things that you have with explainability is really comes down to transparency and trust, right? It comes down to transparency in the sense that you know and you can understand, and once you understand it, then you know that it's doing what it's supposed to do, and you feel better about it, which means that you trust that model better. And so I think, by having that ability to have explainability on the models itself, you get better model improvement, better model adoption, and then of course the ethical use cases are much better when you've documented the actual models themselves. And so I'm going to start with the panelists. So what are some of the key challenges that you've had in making AI systems explainable?
Yes, I've been working on explainable AI systems for the past 30 years, developing and testing them. I use something called fuzzy logic-based AI. It is having to connect the information you collect, the features, with your decision, with the classification, regression. So you want to make that connection, and you want to be able to understand that completely. No fogginess, no big, and that's what you don't have today with deep learning, and that's why you get all the brittleness. You don't understand what's happening. DARPA coined this phrase about in 2016, 2017, when they had this picture. What is a cat? Not, let me give you an example. A kid having to figure out what's a chair. Do we give a kid exposure to 300,000 images of chairs to figure out what a chair is? No. He understands, well, there's an interface with the floor, interface with your back, with your behind, and some chairs have armrests, some chairs are small for little people, some chairs are big, and you just figure out 3 chairs and that's enough. I know the differentiation between a chair and a desk, right? Now, because, and a kid can explain why that is a chair. Our AI does not work that way, most of it at least. So, explainable AI allows you to utilize linguistic reasoning to be able to say why you make the decisions you make based on the features you see. Okay? Garrett here just took a class on explainable AI with me. I hope that was a good experience. But anyway, what we do, and I'm currently the president of the North American Fuzzy Information Processing Society, the math is not fuzzy, the world is. It's ambiguous. And then you want to capture that ambiguity and explain about that. But if you've got a foggy system that's brittle, it's very difficult to figure out what's happening. Now, explainability leads to trust. Why are you doing what you're doing? You can start, once you understand the phenomena, once you don't hide under a cloak of opaqueness, you can then be able to figure out, oh yes, I figure out, I can start trusting this because I understand the way it works.
I'm up next, huh? So, just to provoke you a little bit, because AI is a large category of a large topic, and some of us are here today mainly because of generative AI, which is a narrow topic within that. That is a black box. We hear about that term, meaning it isn't explainable. It's hard to know what process generated the answer. Why should we trust it, and should we wait to trust it?
Oh.
Yeah, please. Well, did you want him to answer that one, or were you kind of layering that?
I kind of wanted to provoke him, but anybody's free to go with it. Yeah.
You can go ahead and take the provocation, and I'll follow in after this.
Okay. So, large language models have a challenge, and it if you test it in a rigorous manner, you'd be able to separate the hype, the hallucination from what is real. One of the ways we do the testing is the way based on, say, Monte Carlo simulations. Taking a prompt, having to perturb that, say, 100,000 times, or rephrase what you're looking for, and then see what your outcomes are, and then look into the error of the variations that could happen. Another way in keeping your LLM honest is to have your truth data, which is separate from, today when we engage with LLM, we both do retrieval of information and analyzation of the analysis of information. You should, if you can separate that, RAG does that, right? But by being able to analyze true data and make that comparison, now why is that important? Very often Canada Air, had that chat box that fibbed, and passenger went and sued Canada Air for not getting a refund back. And then Canada Air said, sorry, my large language model, which is the basis of the chat box, was incorrect. Now, there is no disclaimer saying that I'm a chatbot, I work for Canada Air, and I hallucinate 15% of the time, please don't trust me. There is no such disclaimer, right? But if anything comes from a rule book, that, as Canada Air said, you can take and request in a prompt, where does this come from? Show me the page, show me the line number in the rule book where this advice for a refund comes from. And then you have to go and check whether, we use the reverse of plagiarism to check whether that exists or not. So there are ways in which we can start trusting large language models. Is it as simple as writing a prompt? A little more complicated than that, but it can be done.
Yeah, and I think to kind of layer onto that, right, like, even trying to summarize what you had initially said was, it's really hard to get deterministic outcomes from non-deterministic models. I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to. Okay. And I know something that drove my, non-technical co-founder nuts sometimes. She's like, why does it sometimes say this, and why does it sometimes say that? And it's because, right, it's not a, to your point, it's not a statistical regression, it is a statistical projection off of, all of these, basic connections from a training set. And that is why it is so hard to get it to be explainable. But I think we also have to break down explainable mathematically and explainable to end users. Right, end users, those of us who are building AI, right, we care very deeply about this. Those who are end users of AI products, what they care about from an explainable standpoint is, does it make sense what it got back from me, right? So for example, with scheduler, right, we definitely use multiple models and things so that somebody says, hey, let's get together next week after 1 p.m., I'm good anytime except for Tuesday, right? It's okay, there's a lot going on there, right? They don't actually care what we generated on the back end, but it better be explainable to the user why we chose, Thursday at 9 o'clock as a good time for them, right? And so I think just for those who are building foundational models and working very deeply, right, we like to go into this deep space, but for those who are building on top of AI, what I really push you on is not so much the explainability at this level, but how does your end user, can they trust that they understand the rules of the game that your models are playing by?
And his system does that. It provides a deterministic outcome very, very, very closely. You couldn't say 100%, but gosh darn it, it is about as close as I've seen, and it was brilliant how you built that. But it's a different way to utilize AI that I've seen. It's more combinatory. But one of the ones I really like, and I know Dr. Kelly likes, and I know there's problems, is Perplexity AI, which is it's sort of like Google and Wikipedia. If they had a baby, it would be Perplexity. And they rely heavily on retrieval augmentation as well as citation. And their citation is so fast how it does it, which is incredible, how you get the document and the exact point in the document where it came from. And then they use a combination of LLMs to critique each other that then improves the deterministic outcome. But I've seen reports from you, Kelly, where you've been able to see, just with RAG, extremely high percentages from the University of Cincinnati.
Trust. I'm going to approach it from a clinical perspective. So trust for a clinician is incredibly important simply because they make life or death decisions. So we have all these inputs, right? I mean, when they're studying mammograms and we are giving a diagnosis, they are reading that diagnosis, they're reading the risk classification of that patient. It increases their trust and confidence in supporting that diagnosis when what these gentlemen are talking about, explainability, when they can see the basis for what created that output. So from a clinical perspective, explainability, which is not available to most clinicians today, because the AI is deep learning that is used in the healthcare field. When we introduce explainability, it's going to change the entire dynamic of how they will expect their answers to be presented to them, how they will use those answers, and the confidence in which they will be able to support or negate the diagnosis that the AI provided through understanding, human-friendly explanations, and importantly, able to convey to the patient that machine-human connection that allowed for that improved diagnosis, the more accurate diagnosis. So explainability in real-world applications in our field of healthcare is going to change. Honestly, it's going to change how clinicians interact not only amongst themselves but amongst with their patients and the knowledge they're going to need.
Oh, that's great. So we kind of hit on the terms of explainability and why it's important, right? I think transparency, trust, as we mentioned, and some of the deeper ways by which you provide explainability. So my next question is, how can developers within organizations ensure that their AI models are interpretable? And what tools would you recommend that folks use for that kind of work?
I have a quick reaction to that, which I'll just pass it over to Kelly. But one thing that's really important is that companies allow their employees to speak up when they see practices that are maybe moving sideways. And so there's a real movement right now for that kind of grassroots, but at the corporate level, for companies to embrace dissent within their ranks, because this is going to be a journey, not as a marathon, not a sprint, and we need a collective voice to get it right.
There's been a big push towards interpretable AI in the past 6-7 years. We use game theory quite a bit. For example, SHAP, named after Lord Shapley, who won a Nobel Prize in 2012, 2013 on game theory. Think of a horse race. Your features, 30 horses, okay? And you want to figure out who are the winners, who have the most profound impact on the outcome, right? So it's what Shapley values does, and Shapley values is a way of interpreting it's model agnostic, so it can interpret a deep learning model. And we've used it for that. So it can pick you the winners, which of those inputs have a profound impact, and they also give you a numeric value. What are the important considerations which have an impact on the outcome? Now, where the fuzzy AI does is that how do these important parameters or features, how do they interact with one another? What are the rules that they use for the interaction to get to that outcome? So interpretability is an important tool to get some insight into, of all the features, what are the ones that are most prominent? Okay, very important in the world of health, for example. Very important in many large feature worlds where you want to know what are those, because later on, if you want to figure out what are those inputs that you want to dial up in order to change your outcome, use a counterfactual. Then, by understanding what are the prominent contributors to the outcome, you can go ahead and be able to influence them. What explainability does is that it adds an additional layer in showing you not only what is prominent, but how do they interact with one another in very clear terms, so you can understand the decision making and also explain that. So if I'm an AI engineer, I explain that to a physician. The physician needs to be able to take responsibility about, okay, I see these features interacting, and then I can go back and show me that there were 7,423 other patients who had similar features who were diagnosed correctly. And so if I can classify this new patient in that same category, understand how these features interact, understand the history, I can now start trusting the system. So we as AI engineers need to, in life critical systems, right? So if I just get a blue screen of death, or if I get a hallucination saying that John Widener, my dean, created, that's what Perplexity gave me, right? Created our co-op program in 1906 while he's living right now, that's a mathematical impossibility, right? At least in these days. And of course, Kelly Cohen is this amazing professor, and she does all these wonderful things in the Department of Aerospace Engineering. So they figured out, guess what, Kelly Bundy, she's a woman, so this guy also is probably a gal, okay? It does not, you need that explainability, you need that interpretability, and a lot of the interpretability helps you, but it's not enough. You need to have that complete transparency before you can go and say, yes, I can take responsibility, because that's what it's going to come to in life critical situations, right? It's going to come to the user taking the responsibility. Thank you.
So Kelly, just real quick, so SHAP would be one of the tools that your team would use as part of your, and is using today, right?
Yeah.
Lime, another one.
Lime is another one.
What is, why don't you explain what SHAP is real quick?
Go for it, you're there, you're here.
I mean, I give you the ChatGPT response.
Shap, named after Lord Shap.
Lord Shap.
Lord Shapley won the Nobel Prize. Uses game theory. He says, okay, the five of us run a race. John Salisbury's probably going to win it because he's been, practicing the marathon, right? So,
and stairs.
That's the chances. So it uses a game theory to figure out who the winners are.
Lime is the reverse.
Lime, what it does is that it gives you a scatter in the input area in a robust manner. And so it takes a model, runs about 500,000 scatters around that data point through your model, looks at the outcome and sees whether the outcome is sensitive to that little scatter that it has. And so it checks for robustness. Okay, Lime and SHAP, you could use them both. Okay, and they both provide value. But they don't give you that transparency. They don't tell you whether a model is brittle or not.
My challenge though is that when we start having more agents, so we have foundational models and now they're interacting with agents, and then if you have brittleness, the brittleness spreads through the system just like it does when we're playing a game of telephone when humans talk to each other. So I didn't know if you had some thoughts on that, which is sort of combining the two factors and going into the future.
So I'll first add on one thing to Dr. Kelly's, which is, that's the, I'd say, math class version, which is really good. For those of you who are playing with ChatGPT, simply adding let's think through this step by step, cite your sources,
right?
Add it to your prompt, and you'll be a step. You won't be there, but you'll be a step closer. You'd be amazed how much these things will start to learn how to explain to you, and you can find their errors more programmatically, because as John said, right, once you catch the first error, it's going to propagate. So if you can catch those first errors quickly, you don't have as much loss there. I think one of the things we do, right, is so accountability came up a couple times, and accountability is huge, right? So you can talk about a big corporation, right, where accountability is built in. Our AI tends to serve a lot of small businesses that are maybe, say, hiring our AI instead of a person. And one of the things that's really difficult for them sometimes to grasp onto is, well, if a person screws up, I can hold them accountable, right? Like, I understand why they made a decision, I can talk through it, I can see why they did it wrong, and we can fix that, right? When you bring in something like AI to do a job, and then you don't understand why it's coming to decisions and you can't teach it feedback, that's really scary, right? Like that's a really scary thing to do. And so, I think as Dr. Kelly continues to talk to the academic side, I'll try to talk to the small business practical side where we serve. And like those little things make such a huge difference, right? It's like, why did you screw up? Can I fix you? And trying to help them get to that point is huge. So one of the things we try to do, right, go back to that non-deterministic, deterministic thing and say, okay, we will use these non-deterministic large language models to help us get 80% of the way there, and then we will wrap them in deterministic decision making to guide the outcome in a way that is predictable, and we can go back and interpret. So when users say to us, hey, why did it make that decision, we're able to at least walk back those steps.
what he said might not make sense if you don't understand some key factors, but it's incredibly powerful once you see it in play. I advise you to check out. I'm sound blunt. You should literally check out Scheduler AI. It's a beautiful system that does things very precisely. It's a piece of art.
So, so I know, making sure we're staying on track in time. So trust is a key thing, right? We talked about accountability, and I completely agree with you. I think if you look at, from the Microsoft perspective, as a large company building, products that people use that are integrated with AI, accountability is key. And one of the key principles that we have 6 principles, but I won't go into that. But when you look at trust as a whole, and maintaining trust, as an AI system, as you're building an AI system, there's various things, robust testing, validation, model explainability, all those things are important to building out a system for end users to use. So I guess my question to you is, how do you ensure that your AI systems are not only accurate, but also ethical and reliable, and so that users can trust the tools that you're building? Go ahead, Kelly. Okay. Or maybe you go last, Kelly. Maybe somebody else should take the mic and then you go last.
Well, again, I have to talk
Oh,
clinical.
hold on.
I'm going to be speaking from a clinical perspective. So when you talk about trust in healthcare, obviously it's incredibly important. The clinician has to be able to trust what the AI is telling him, right, or telling her. So what is the output? They know what the input is because the AI might have identified the features, let's say for example in the mammogram, that are contributing to the output. And how do we build trust? We build trust by having an AI that is able to very precisely identify the features that they have contributed to the output. But importantly, what are the rules, like Kelly was talking about, what are the rules and what are the weights that are given to those rules to allow for that output? So it's not just not saying, okay, these were the inputs, this is the risk output for the patient. It is saying, this is how I determine the risk output for this patient. Now you have the opportunity as the human in the loop, the expert in the loop, to either validate that, agree with it in other words, or invalidate it and disagree with it and come up with your own diagnosis. So trust is perhaps, from a clinical perspective, one of the most important things for utilization and for scaling your business. If you don't have that, I don't believe your AI models are going to go anywhere from a business perspective.
I'll get a little philosophical. I think there needs to be testing centers that are third party. So actually testing the models from a third party perspective, and then that needs to happen continuously. Because it's not in the best interest of the person potentially. I mean, ultimately, money is the exchange that we exchange for value, but it almost seems as if you need the third party to come in. And I know it's a hurdle. It's a controversial topic to talk about, but in my mind, I feel like that's a part of the equation. I know you're passionate about it, Kelly. And then continuous monitoring off of that. And if you're in a cybersecurity mindset, you hear the term zero trust. That means I just don't trust you. I'm going to verify every single time. I'm never going to just entrust you implicitly because it's not. We humans are non-deterministic systems. Thus, we have humans manipulating our systems as hackers, and we don't trust that. It could be impersonating and all these things. So I bring the same mindset into the AI world.
Yeah, I think about trust from a few angles, right? One of them I chatted about before, which is like trust that your system will actually do what you say it's going to do, right? I think we've all lost a lot of trust in AI with the hype because it's like we saw it as this magic genie in a bottle, right? And everybody's like, okay, maybe it does or doesn't work. So there's building trust in anything you're putting on top of AI, just that it will even work. Then the second thing, right, is like we get a lot of people ask, where does my data go, right? Because there was so much, right? Why was ChatGPT free at the beginning? So they could get the data, right? Like, it's that whole thing, right? If it's free, you're the product. right? Like if it's free, you are the product. And so even for us, right, like where we process the data matters a lot to people who purchase our product, right? It's like we don't send it to OpenAI servers. We send it to dedicated servers on Azure, right? Or on the AWS, like these also things matter. So it's like, is it going to work? Do I trust you with my data? And I mean, those are really the sides of the coin. If you're gonna build an application on top of AI, I would think really, really deeply about those two things. How does your end user trust you that you'll do your job that they hired you to do? Because that's the world we moved into with AI, right? It's like you are getting hired to do a job as an AI agent. And then how is that data being secured? And you need to be able to like give really detailed answers on who has access to that.
I just had one comment I'd like to make. And Anthropic, by the way, has put out a white paper asking for the kind of due diligence that you mentioned, John, like it's a call to action to universities, to businesses. It can't measure itself and be credible. It needs a community to do that. But when I think about trust, and we could have spent the whole hour on trust, I think the other side of that coin for me is our tolerance for risk, and for how many times can you be lied to and still trust something? How many times does a car need, a self-driving car make the wrong turn and cost a life for it to be, questioned? I feel like we're in our very early days, and trust is something that will have to be earned over time. And I don't think the governance of AI is going to get that trust, get us to that level of trust. I think it needs to be more grassroots and a careful journey. We're all kind of early adopters of the technology, or we're learning about it, but I think it's from never heard of it to kind of a neat toy to the most important thing in my life. There's no doubt it will be transformational for us, but I'm more of a questioner or a student of what the answer is to this, as opposed to feeling like I have anything to say on it.
So testing, independent testing, as John Salisbury said, is very important, of having a third party. In the case of our medical application like Genetics here, we do the FDA testing for the AI. We would look at, say, 300,000 images, get an MD, cardiologist, radiologist to annotate them. Once we have the right images correlated between mammograms and angiograms, we would have the AI learn, supervised learning, and then come up with what our precision is in the AI. And that would then go to FDA, which would then approve. On the DoD side, I've been developing systems now for 30 years and testing them. We test for three things. One is safety, very important. And what we do is, there are uncertainties. When everything is simple and deterministic, life is a little simpler. But when you have stochastic disturbances in your environment, malfunctions that can take place, any permutation and combination of malfunctions that can take place in your system. I've learned from Robert Stengel, who developed the control system for Apollo 11 and then for the space shuttle. So he came up with this theory called stochastic robustness analysis, which is having to take a system, introduce uncertainty into all the parameters that are stochastic in nature, which are non-deterministic, and then run a few 100,000 to 1 million cases or not, and then figure out using statistics based on these variances, how did your system perform? And then we look at safety, we look at cost, we look at performance. Performance and cost are something that we can play with, but safety is not to be compromised on. In addition to these robustness analysis, we have formal methods that look into the math behind your AI and then figure out to ensure that you are addressing all the requirements that were specified to you, there is no violation. And finally, runtime assurance that says, hey, you're in a new scenario, you never even dreamt of it. Nothing to do with your planning phase or training phase. But now you're in a situation where your sensor detects, because of a malfunction, because the environment is radically new, a violation of safety. Then how would you react? And so that's runtime assurance. The basic idea is that you behave and emulate the behavior of a turtle. Now what does a turtle do when it's rushing supersonically towards the shore? Okay? A turtle sees a threat, it goes into its shell. Right? It goes into shell, safety mode. Performance no longer matters. It's all about safety. So A turtle has two modes in which it acts: supersonic dash and then safety mode, right? And so what we try to do is to emulate these two modes of behavior at the same time, and then we learn how to switch. So having to come up with this triple layer basis of robustness analysis, formal methods, and runtime assurance, this is like a triple layered cake. But once you get through all of that, you're under a certain threshold. And that threshold is something that the Department of Defense today says, I can trust this system.
I have one quick comment. I'm going to use smaller words. But it occurred to me that one of the sponsors of this talk right now is the Better Business Bureau. And I think one thing that's worth mentioning is just that relationship between the consumer and the business. And if, you know, as a business owner myself, I think it's really important that there is to have that trust with your consumer, with your user, that you tell them when you're using AI, tell them when you're using a scheduling product, let them know that you're on this journey too with them. I think that that is one of the ways we can build trust, because we are dealing with imperfect tech right now.
Real quickly too, to add what you're saying, we have a bias that's in nature in the way that we train it. Because if you leave it, the model's weighted, and those weights are basically introducing bias, so that's the person interacting with it. And we really didn't get into that yet, and it's important. You can't even remove that from the equation. It has to exist. But if you're Mike's Car Wash, you want it to be biased. You want it to say Mike's Car Wash is awesome, and all the cool things that Mike's Car Wash does, and let's get 50,000 car washes here. You want it to be biased. But so do the groups that make the foundational models. So that's where these third-party independent services can look at it. Because even if you're using stochastic robustness, you're testing it 1,000 different ways, but you have some sort of way that you think is right. And that's a perspective. And that's these academia looks at the world differently than business. It looks at it from purity intellectually. And that's where I feel like the world of universities is changing. And it's actually getting more prominent. People are like, I'm worried about schools going away. I'm like, oh no, they're getting more important. It's a reverse of what we think.
And then John, I would add one thing to that. I think too, if you think about like, and I'm not a panelist, but I think the bias piece of it and the diversity of those that are building the models and why the universities are so important, right? Because they're cultivating a environment of diversity within the student body. And having that diversity, building models, only creates more valuable models with less bias. I mean, everybody has a personal bias. Everybody has an unconscious bias. It's how do you mitigate that as you go through your process of developing these LLMs. And so I agree 100% on the bias. We didn't talk about bias because that's a whole other 2 hours. But any more comments on the trust topic? I mean, you hit trust early on, but happy to have you go. Okay, so we talked a little bit about, we have like 8 minutes left, I think. Is that right, about 8 minutes left? And I want to make sure that we hit on the futures, right? And we talked about, we didn't really hit on frontier models, but you know, Microsoft and Google and the big tech companies have got together to say, you know, hey, we're going to collaborate and share information around frontier models. So for those who don't know what frontier models are really those types of models that are pushing the envelope, pushing AI beyond what it was technically designed to do, and maybe into the unknown. And so having, you know, organizations and a collective group looking at that and trying to make some decisions based on the future, where we think, you know, these models are taking us. And sometimes they make decisions, and we have to understand those decisions. And those decisions may be something that we didn't even expect. So, looking at these frontier models, you know, and looking into the future, the question that I really want to ask are, you know, what do you all see as, you know, kind of the most exciting, you know, advancements or trends, you know, in the realm of AI collaboration, and how can stakeholders and folks like yourself, you know, proactively adapt to these changes and think about the future and what you're looking at in the future with AI? Like, what do you, in terms of like explainability, trust, transparency, accountability? I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of things here that explainability helps to reduce. So looking to the future, you know, I'd love to know like what your thoughts are on the future and where AI gets better in terms of building trust.
Sure. Okay. I'm an educator, so as an educator, putting on that hat, I'd like to we scale up our applications, not just playing in the sandbox as often some folk do. And as you scale up, you hit computational complexity. One of the ways of addressing computational complexity is going through these black boxes, okay, which is just the reverse of explainability. So how do we continue being explainable as we scale up. And that's one of the big challenges that I pose to my students growing up. How do we test for trust? How do we look at human AI interactions? By the way, human AI interactions, National Science Academies had a big forum. They came back about 2 years ago and said, look, we are in our initial diaper stage. We really don't know much about how to enhance, I'm talking about real AI, okay? And human interacting. We haven't got that UI UX developed the way it needs to be. We don't understand the psychology. When you have to make a split decision, which is life and death, and you've got about 10 seconds for that, you don't need a 600-page report on explainability, okay?
There's a moral machine question that came out of MIT a while ago, and it had this picture of it. You used to be able to go train the AI, and it would basically take a picture of a car, and it would say there's 3 women on the right and there's 1 child on the left. Which one are you going to kill? That was the question that they were giving the AI system would have to make. Or if there was 2 older men on the right and there was 1 child on the left. Or if this guy on the right was sick and that child was healthy, right? Or this child was sick and that guy wasn't. If we're training the AI that way, it seems completely incorrect. It's a false premise. It's a false choice. The choice in my mind is you're trying to save everyone's life at all times. Once you start trying to value it in different ways, you start introducing your bias. And it's a very incredibly slippery slope, and that's how we get into a position where one of these frontier models, which is 10 to the 24th computation of tokens according to the US government, and those models are going to be like chess players, where Magnus Carlsen's rated 2,900 top chess player in the world, the top model's 3,700. So it's Magnus Carlsen has no chance of competing with that model in that game. It's passed him up. So we end up with a situation where that's potentially possible. We're not sure yet. But there's a lot of people that are putting in a lot of protocols to make sure that it's as safe as possible.
I just want to add that self-driving cars today don't have to make that choice. They have no problem dragging women 20 feet without having to have, their chances are braking, going straight, or hurting somebody. They decide to hurt somebody, okay? So there is something.
You're talking about actual.
Yes, San Francisco.
San Francisco. Yeah, just so everybody knows, he's not making that up. There was actually an event where a car dragged somebody.
Just don't
a female
have your
20.
kids,
20
your
feet.
family jump on one of those self-driving taxis. Okay, it's a recipe for disaster. It doesn't matter that GM invested $1 billion in it and they've lost 700 million. It's just not foundationally safe for people. Reason is, it uses deep learning. Deep learning is brittle. It cannot cover yet each and every possible scenario in its training. And as a result, it simply falls off the cliff at times, which is unexpected. So that philosophical decision on whom to hurt and all that doesn't impress me at all. And you're right about that. They've got to get their foundations correct. Do a vision test. Can you see everything? Do a driving test. Do you understand the rules of the road? And then finally, can you drive? Those simple tests that we as humans do when we get certified is something that today there is no certification process. You just have to belong to a big company and then you have to work with policymakers in a city like San Francisco and you're good.
Spoken like a great academic. And someone who's designed military systems too. So. All right, I think we're getting hooked. I think it's time. But I want to first thank the panel and everybody for participating in this.
Can everybody hear me okay? Is this good? Good? Good volume? Okay, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and kick us off here. Thank you for coming to AI-driven upskilling in software development, a multifunctional approach. My name is Steve Henning. I work at A-Flight. We are a custom software development consultancy. It focuses on a holistic approach to software, so assisting our clients with their most complex technical challenges, using design, product management, DevOps, and development. So today we're going to be exploring how AI technologies are transforming both workforce upskilling and software development practices. We're going to dive into some practical strategies with our panelists here, some real use case studies, a wealth of experience, different perspectives up here. And we're going to showcase AI's role in enhancing productivity, fostering innovation, and streamlining the development process specifically. Our goal is that you can take something useful away from this, and hopefully allow you to have a positive impact within your own organization. So we'll have some people here afterwards for some Q&As. If we don't have time to ask questions, feel free to come up and talk to the panelists. So together we're kind of hoping to uncover collaborative and adaptive methods essential for thriving in an AI-driven landscape. Thanks for being here, and let's get started with some intros. We'll start at the very end and work our way back towards being developed.
My name is Bo Humach. I am the lead UX designer at a company called the Summit Technology Group. We are in the fintech industry. We have our own SaaS or loan origination system, and we also help banks and governments with come and customize experiences for fraud mitigation and the very exciting tools that they make.
Hey everyone, my name is Theo Valencia, head of product here at A-Flight. My background is 15 years in software product development. I have a few patents in natural language generation technologies with AI prior to Gen AI breaking ground, and that startup was acquired by Tableau Salesforce recently. So yeah, plenty of learnings across the years. AI before AI was cool again for the third time.
I'm Brad Gardner. So my background is in software development. I've been doing software development for about 20 years. Started my own company about 9 years ago. Did computer science at Northern Kentucky University across the river. And we work with clients helping them do technology strategy, custom software development, mobile apps, IoT, data integrations, analytics, what have you. And I'm excited to be on the panel today.
I'm Amanda Graham, that's loud. I'm from A-Flight as well, Senior Director of Strategic Solutions. My background is in comp sci and law. I come from a variety of different places, mostly consulting, IBM, ThoughtWorks, and now A-Flight.
Hi, I'm Lainey Colletti Sattacino, new to A-Flight. I've been in tech for 20 years now. Got into AI, I guess a long time ago, when we still called it pretty much machine learning only. Yeah, so my background is in psychology, computer science, and design. I'm retired NASA. No matter how many times they try to get me to go back there, I will not go back there. At A-Flight, we're good. Ex Spotify. So a lot of apps that use machine learning, language learning models, heat mapping, stuff like that. And I'm excited to be here.
Awesome, thank you. I did tell this group of panelists that this is not the opportunity to be humble. They were still very humble in their introductions. We've got a great panel here. We'll kick it off with Brad Gardner. As the founder of Seven Hills Technology, what's the most significant challenges and opportunities that AI has brought to your organization?
So probably the biggest challenge that we've seen is there's just an abundance of AI tools. Every week there's a new one. So we're using ChatGPT, or we're using Claude, or we're using GitHub Copilot, or we're using Copilot built in some other dev tools. And every week there's just something new. So keeping track of that, trying to somehow standardize around it, or you have 20 different developers using 20 different sets of tools. That can be really challenging to get people kind of on board. But there's also, on the flip side of that, with the chaos there's a lot of opportunity in it, where a lot of the tools have become very, very useful. So the opportunity for increased productivity, an example that I usually give is I'm working as a Java developer on a project right now that I haven't touched Java in 15 years. I started my career doing it, but then a 15-year hiatus doing other things, and it's making me a passable, even advanced Java developer using GitHub Copilot, because there's things that have evolved in that language that I'm not familiar with, or I wasn't 6 months ago, but I am now. So it's helped my own upskilling into a technology stack that's evolved around me without me knowing about it. So I think both sides of the coin there.
I love what you said about all of these companies spawning up. I think it's really important to acknowledge this is the time for that. This is a really important time because we get to have the divergence and convergence. We'll have lots of new tools. Some of these companies won't be around next week. You're going to invest a lot into learning them and implementing them in your office, and then they won't be around anymore, which sounds terrible, but it's actually also quite good because we've got this divergence of thinking, and then all of these things will be built into sort of more central tools that will last. The companies will last. They'll be bought out by bigger companies, all of that stuff. But we will get some pretty solid tools out of this. And if you're around today and you're playing today, you're going to have so much insight into where things come from. And 5 years from now, I've lived this a few times, 5 years from now, you're going to have the whole history of how this came about and why it's good and why it is what it is. So I think it's a really important time to learn just by experiencing all of the companies. And I think that's why it's all the more important to sweat the small stuff with your current teams, right? So, you know, you don't have a human not in the loop making critical thinking decisions on product requirements, and you're not letting it just go unassisted, recommending a go-to-market plan for you via ChatGPT. So it still matters who's using the tool in your organization, period, and what their baseline is for experimentation and learning from insights.
Yeah, I think it's important just to jump on the big challenge of there's so many tools when you're middle management and you're having to go through these large procurement processes. It's a nightmare when you have to, you finally get your leadership on board with the tool, and then tomorrow it's gone. But it's also a learning experience for your team. And there's so many tools out there, and what I've found is too, is like so many members of my team have used a lot of these tools in different places and played with them, and encouraged to play with them. And then so we have had a lot of luck with the tools that have been recommended us through from people I know in the industry or people on my team. So, but we've also had many tools we've had to replace because they were working great for us, but then the company's gone, and they don't necessarily get eaten up by a bigger company, which that's convenient when that happens.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Lainey. With your creative background, you know, how does AI help in creating more personalized, customized solutions for clients and end users? Everybody says that AI can't be creative, right? And that when we're trying to keep humans in the loop, right, to maintain a lot of the creativity, how can AI actually assist in doing that versus being a detriment to creativity?
Yeah, so I think ChatGPT is a good example of that. We were just talking about this, Bo and I. When they first released ChatGPT, there was really no human in the loop. It was just consuming a lot of data. But now, if you ask ChatGPT for a specific response, or it will spit out 2 to 3 different answers, and it gives you the chance to give it feedback. So now, not only are you able to say, like, hey, I prefer this response over another response, it's training the algorithm to give humans a better response overall. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Okay.
This one's for Pia. How are you leveraging AI to enhance product management? And what are the key differences in managing AI-driven projects versus traditional software projects?
A recent project, we were taking all the qualitative user research information that we were gathering from unstructured interviews, and we found it really useful to customize and build our own client LLM to inform us about what the users were thinking. So summarizing it, and the reason we had to build a custom LLM is it's our custom research, right? Based on our structures and our interview cycle. So we saw a lot of efficiency gains on that front. But again, you have to rely on the senior UX researcher to be making the decisions going forward, right? Great at summarization, recommendations, you need to validate them still with talking to your customers. And then on the other piece, I think the speed of getting that response is so fast that you're having to adjust what a 2-week sprint is like, right? No longer is it 4 weeks to get like an insight because you're calling and you're working through all the research. It's, oh, you got an answer. You need to know what to do next, right, to keep the project moving forward. So that's another aspect. And I'd say the third is the hyper-focus on data. AI is fueled by data, right? So as a product manager, I think it's becoming more and more important to be data-driven and understand why some of the representation layer of what you're training your models on matters and how to move through an iterative approach with that.
Yeah, that's great. This one is probably for Amanda and Brad a little bit. With you all being a part of the agency, 8 being an agency, 7 Hills being an agency where we're working really closely with clients and their developers and their systems, what are some of the challenges that similar organizations and agencies face from a legality standpoint, right? When your engineers are using these AI tools or efficiency tools or AI tooling for development on client code, right?
For me, everything goes back to data. So if you're working with client systems, be it their code, data, databases, whatever it is, if you're using that in an AI context, whether it's on a model that's trained or in the context window of an LLM or something of that nature, protecting that is paramount and understanding what that data flow looks like. So if you're using a third-party tool and that data is shipped off, there might be some regulations that they're bound by that you might not even be aware of that you could be violating. So those are things that you have to really consider in the tooling that you use, where it's not just local or using something that is local in that sense if you have those kind of complications. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday in a panel talking about things like HIPAA compliance, things of that nature, where it's important to protect anybody's data and know very clearly where it's going whenever you're using it for any reason.
100%, yep. Data in, don't put your data into these public things. Governance, it's really about governance, right? Like, we also have to be concerned about, especially when we're writing code, who owns the IP for the code that's been written if the code has been partially written by AI. It's really difficult, it's kind of ugly right now. There aren't enough lawsuits to really determine what's going to happen. So advice is governance, governance, governance. Set up your governance structure, make sure you have plans. And then secondarily, pay attention to the laws as they're coming, as they're changing. Sign up for IAPP's mailing list, sign up for law.com's updates. You don't have to read everything, but you're gonna see the big headlines cross your inbox, and then you can kind of pay attention to what makes sense. This is gonna be a space that's changing constantly, and it's kind of fun for me. It's probably not fun for people who wanna read code, not law, but as part of your governance system, have somebody who is reading this stuff and understand what's the precedent that's being set if code is generated, who owns that IP. As a consultancy, as an agency, if we are writing code for our customer, we have to make sure that they agree to us using AI to help do that. Because if they don't and they get into an IP situation, they want to sell a product, they want to provide licensing to their users, a lot of that gets really messy really quickly. We're trying to err on the side of innovation first, innovation focus, go fast, but be cautious and don't put our customers in any kind of legal risk.
I love that. We hear a lot being really close to developers, right? That some people are really anxious about AI and being a job replacer, right? So what are some of the long-term impacts you foresee AI having on the software development industry, right? And how can organizations prepare for some of these changes to use AI as a positive versus something that's causing stress and anxiety with some of their developers?
So rarely do things in like a technology space change as rapidly as the hype is projecting that things are going to change right now. So we see a lot of, this is the end, like the NVIDIA CEO, it's like 3 years is it for software developers, and we're all out of a job, and I think that's nonsense. I think it's absolute, complete nonsense. And what we will see, I think, is much more of an evolution of how we use tools. So talking a little bit earlier about the challenges of bringing people in and using the tools, we have junior developers who might be over-reliant on it, and it allows them to do more than they could otherwise do. But it also enforces that they still need to learn the fundamentals so they know that what they're being given out of these AI systems is accurate. So that's a huge part of it where we'll see, I think, changes in the education and training and mentoring that's required for people coming into this industry. And then for people who have a lot of time in the industry working on it already, it's a force multiplier where we can use it and know when things are right, when things are wrong, know if it's getting us in the same way. And I think it really helps for people who already have a good foundational skill set in the industry.
I had a customer, I'm not gonna say who, I'll never tell you, say something to the effect of, I don't think we're gonna be hiring junior developers anymore. Oh, okay, cool. Where are you 5 years from now when you need people to update the code that's been generated by AI in ways that are like in conflict with what is already written? Oh, and you didn't bother to even tell the AI to write a bunch of tests. You didn't even bother to think about the quality that we normally think about when we're building software from scratch. It's supposed to be an enabler. It's supposed to make you go faster. It's not supposed to take the job. And I don't think, I'm happy to have the argument. I don't think it's going to take our jobs. I don't think it's going to replace junior developers. I think, if you want a simple product app, which we do a lot, generate that very quickly, and that's fantastic. Have a human in the loop reviewing that, making sure that you've got all of the structures in place to make sure that it's high quality. But your junior developers need to be there because you're going to have to train them to become senior developers. Who the heck are the senior developers if you don't have any more junior developers? So the biggest mistake I think companies can make right now is to stop focusing on their junior talent and bringing them up through the ranks.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach and probably more on like a hands-on in the trenches approach, which is like, I think developers are probably going to become less generalists and more specialists in certain industries. So whether it's healthcare or climate change or anywhere where we can solve tough, meaty problems, but get really, really good at that one thing. And I think developers are going to have different challenges to solve. So, like, how do we scale software in a way that's sustainable? How do we make sure that we are measuring our carbon footprint as we are using AI in all of these data processing centers? Are we going towards renewable computing and renewable energy and like being really, really honest about our values and the impact that we have on health and the planet? So I think we can use it to solve tougher problems, but we're gonna have to get way more focused. So, yeah.
And I think from a product design and strategy standpoint, you kind of have less of an excuse to not talk to your customer anymore. If you can use AI and low-code tools to get to production faster, you hear about the benefits of CI/CD, right? And getting to prod and getting those insights faster. Now it reinforces your ability to have those conversations sooner. A lot of the enterprise clients that we work with are still surprisingly stuck in this trap where, they're in a lower environment and they still haven't gotten market feedback on their work. So I see this, again, as a force multiplier, even on the inception, sand of the idea generation phase, for sure.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we can also use AI to analyze all the data that we get back and all that user data. But then I think the hyper-specialization part is something we're already seeing in our industry already. I see a lot of designers come on my teams where they are really specialized not in UX, but in a specific UX skill set. And the same with developers. So the AI can be a gap in that. But then from a design perspective, too, I was thinking about where are the limits, where the AI will eventually get to until it's no longer intelligent. Where are we going to be able to push the boundaries in how we design apps, how we interact with things as humans? I don't think AI would be able to do that. Eventually, we'll have to take it to the next step. and program it to the next phase of intelligence.
Keep the mic, I've got this one for you. So bringing this back to the overwhelming amount of AI tools that seem to be coming up and happening almost daily, right? The running joke is put .ai at the end of your company's name and you'll get funding. With that being said, right, how do you differentiate? What tools are standing out to you right now that you really like? What's your process of evaluating some of these tools to either use personally, but then also integrate into your organization?
So the two most recent organizations I've been a part of, I've actually used totally different tools, and I loved all of them. But the main thing I'm looking at is what gap does my team have that AI can give us. So I look at these tools as like they're cheat codes in a video game. They're not going to be the ones that give us all the powers and we can just defeat the game in 5 minutes. They're the ones that jump us to a level, and then we can finish the rest and put all the rest of the pieces in. I'm first looking for the gap we have on our team, and then looking for tools out there. Now I was trying to do a Google search for these tools is a nightmare because there's 20 of them for one problem. Really, I start talking to people I know in the industry. Several tools that we use that we really like. One for generating health documentation and onboarding was because we knew one of the founders, and they did several demos for the tools. I don't typically look at tools that won't allow you to do a free trial, because if I can't play around with it and see what it actually does for my team. And then the other thing is getting my team at the time to play with it, and then it's an opportunity to learn for them. I brought this up with the group. We recently we had a gap in accessibility. My designers knew a little bit about color accessibility and nothing beyond that, and how to both identify accessibility issues and remediate and come up with recommendations for our developers. So we found a tool, it generated a bunch of code, and our junior guys were just sending it to developers, didn't know any better. Well, we had our senior guys examine what the output was, realized for the screen readers, 80% of it was good. That 20% was really bad nonsense when it came to it needed to be in a logical order for a screen reader to know the context of the app, which these tools just didn't have yet. And eventually they'll get those inputs where they can have that context. But being able to, what we did was we took our team, we had them all use screen readers for a month. So it allowed them to understand what the tool was doing, what the gaps were, what it couldn't figure out, and then it also allowed them to get the empathy for the user to really understand, the AI tool doesn't have empathy, but the people putting in the inputs and getting the outputs and passing them along can. And so that was really helpful.
Anybody else? Any tools, any AI tools that stand out to you right now that you're using?
I really love Canva. I really love Canva. I've been using Canva for 10 years. I was an early adopter, and it's AI tooling as far as just being able to put together a pitch deck really, really quickly in a presentation and make it really creative and fun and edit out backgrounds. Sounds really simple, but if you can put a product presentation deck together that actually makes a huge sale in less than 24 hours using Canva, I would say that's a big AI win.
I'll double that. Yeah. She just did that for one of our projects. I will double down on that.
Yeah.
I would say, from a developer perspective, it's Copilot for me. It's wrong as often as it's right, but it's still really helpful. And it's no different than any other senior dev. We're all wrong as much as we're right, so you can work out this time.
There's something called Unlocked that I'm pretty excited about right now. It's basically you install it and give it access to GitHub repos that you want it to have access to, your Slack, and your Atlassian tools, and it basically generates a chatbot and integrates into your IDE, two different sort of methods to use it to ask questions about how did we get here? Why is this code like this? I want to add this feature. Where do I even go to do that? It's really good. It's like having your principal developer sitting next to you at all times. It's kind of cool. We are not sponsors of any of these tools. My current favorite for market research is Perplexity.ai. Like everything else, double check, fact check, look at the SEC filings, 10Ks that it's trying to pull up for you, but it's been a game changer for speeding up just basically consuming wide array on a new specialized industry that I know nothing about, right?
And yeah, I used to use Full Story, which was a like Hotjar was an observation app, but now they've added some AI tools where it can analyze a bunch of users using your product and then bring up pain points. And it's a quick, great way to just have all that data presented to you, and then you can know what to do with it. And then we use GQ Dev Tools that has some for accessibility. Accessibility is another good one, and we've been using a tool called Caluso, which is a pretty new one, but it generates basically help articles, and we use it it creates really cool videos, adds a different voice, a professional voiceover to it in a matter of a minute, and it's great for onboarding tools.
So how do you guys go about getting consensus or alignment on which AI tools are being used within your organization, right? You want people to be able to be effective and efficient using tools throughout the organization so you can train and skill up and level up people. How do you go about getting consensus when you have larger organizations using multiple different tools?
I'll take that one. I think going back to fundamentals, just being really aligned on what problem that tool is solving for your organization and making sure that you have inclusive, diverse perspectives on that, right? It's not just a design problem, it's not just a product problem, because the ones that market themselves as being the end-to-end, solution are probably the ones that we steer clear of most often. But I think to me, making sure that there's initial alignment on the problem is the first step.
For us, I'd say we don't have a lot of consensus yet, and I think that's actually okay and kind of intended. But again, with so many tools coming at you at light speed, it's a very experimental space, so we don't have a lot of consensus yet.
Totally agree. I think it's too new to understand the problems, have an AI committee hopefully understanding what all kinds of tools are you using, so that they can start to see patterns. Okay, we're using this here and here, and we're using something that's in competition here and here. Let's just let them know that each other exists and go from there. But I think we're at that stage of try a lot of different things, have some core group looking at what are you using, is there any kind of risk to us as an organization for you using that, and then just seeing kind of, okay, all this stuff is used, here's the patterns, here's why we're using them, and then you can standardize later.
We're figuring it out. That's what we would say in New York. We are still figuring it all out, and that's okay. I think it's mostly important just to be transparent about the tools that you're using, share it with your team, but also it's smart to share it with your end users. Why? Because that's where their data might be going. So just be transparent, be ethical. We're figuring it out.
Yeah, as a consultancy at A-Flight, we work with a wide spectrum and range of clients, from startup to enterprise, Fortune 10, 50, and everybody in between. How many here represent an organization you would consider to be enterprise? Larger organizations? Okay, that's what I thought. It's about 50-50 in this room too. So if we're gonna stay on that, what are the big obstacles and hurdles for enterprise organizations adopting AI technology? What are some of the obstacles and how do they help overcome some of those things?
Well, I'll just quickly say, the biggest obstacle that I've been hearing our customers say is that they've got budget and a mandate from the C-levels that say you have to do something with AI, and they're either they don't have any idea where to start, or they've got a billion ideas and they have no idea where to invest. And that's kind of a fun problem to solve. It's how do we generate the ideas, and then how do we figure out where we're actually going to invest in them? So we're seeing all kinds of techniques to kind of generate the ideas, sort of hackathons, that kind of thing, and then help them to figure out where are you going to get the most quick wins, the most value, the most bang for your buck, that kind of thing. But that's the biggest problem I see.
Another one that we've seen and heard is the security landscape around it. It's just really early, really new, so it represents an entirely new classification of threat vectors in the attack surface for operations in IT at large companies. So they have their work cut out for them in that way to operationalize the management of who has access to these tools and what data those things can access, and how can they be used without slowing down the innovation that's taking place.
I think for me, I go back to the adoption and change management speed of some of these tools. Larger enterprises that we have been consulting with maybe still are on quarterly big bang release cycles sometimes, right? So how do you interject an AI feature or AI-assisted coding process into that quarterly life cycle, right? It's very difficult to move, thousands of people towards something faster than that, which is a people problem. It's not a tooling problem.
Yeah, I would add that with the enterprise groups that we've worked with, we've seen it, the innovation has been done in isolation. And so maintaining it and scaling it typically isn't done, and half the time we'll find out, oh, somebody else was already using this tool in the organization. We have no idea how or why, what's going on, and then we've seen some security issues with it as well.
Good. I want to open it up, if you guys don't mind. This is a shock to them, a surprise. I'm just waiting. We're going to open it up because I think there's some probably questions that you all have for people. Does anybody have any questions? Here?
I'm a software development consultant, and a lot of my clients, not all, but from time to time, I'm asked to do something that is novel, something that does not exist in the world now, or they're asking me to use a technology that is brand spanking new. And I find things like ChatGPT and other tools to be kind of non-useful, because I'll put in my prompt and it'll essentially come back with something that's completely nonsensical, or I've even gotten it to say, sorry, I don't know, which is hard to get ChatGPT to do. Do you guys have any recommendations on ways I could use AI in that kind of environment?
Yeah, so having things a little bit closer to the source. So I have, using your example of like ChatGPT, if I take something to ChatGPT, it comes out wrong a lot. A very similar experience. Using something that has a little bit better context, like it's baked in, like Copilot, I think you have a little better experience in that space because it has the context of what's around you. And starting off with small things. So from a in the code kind of perspective, building out small functions with small purposes, it does a pretty good job of, and just like kind of speeding that process up, and then building from there tends to help. And then if you're using like a chat interface, they'll have chat built into that environment that has the context from what you're looking at, so you can increase your accuracy there a bit. It's still really wrong a lot of the time, and that's improving. And then there are competing tools, right? So if you use like JetBrains tools for development, they have their own AI baked in. You can use GitHub Copilot. I think like right now Claude is more popular for code-related things and has a little higher accuracy. So playing around in a couple different environments is probably where I would start to try to improve that accuracy a bit.
I love that answer. Literally, like the framework stuff, get it out of the way, get that done quickly. You're going to save time and money by generating some of the baseline stuff. And what a great question! Like, hey, this has never been done before. So if it's never been done before, how can AI tell me how to do it? How can they do it for me? That's why software development isn't going away. That's why we're always going to still have a job. I do think that there's some stuff that it can help you to like figure out, okay, I'm trying to generate an algorithm that does something, and you can talk your way through it and have a little bit more English experience to not, fiddle with some of the intricacies of the syntax. But that's why you're always going to be needed, because there is stuff that's just not been LLM'd away yet.
Yeah, I think Pia also touched on it earlier, where we built our own custom LLM and we had to use a very narrow data set, but it was our data. So, I mean, if you're working in specialization, if you know that the algorithm already has bias and it might hallucinate or give you garbage out because there was garbage in, then you want your data to be biased towards at least your cause and like the problem that you're actually trying to solve. So I would say narrowing your data set to something a little bit smaller towards your problem and building a customized LLM around that, instead of just, oh, the data in the world all at once, and now it's like a drunk uncle at Thanksgiving and it doesn't know what it's talking about. So, yeah.
Small language models then.
Yeah, exactly, small language models.
Just briefly adding to that, I think as you're contemplating building and fine-tuning your own custom LLM, I worry sometimes about the danger of the assumption that what's on main is good architecture and good code, and you might just be propagating the existing design patterns of the existing code base. And so how do you innovate out of that, right? Well, you do have to do some greenfield that doesn't rely on AI because it's just kind of reinforcing the existing patterns around you. So that's something that I don't think is too solved yet, but they're trying.
And I think I would add too that using shiny tools to fix the wrong problems, not new in technology. It's been a problem. And so I think whether you're in-house or you're working for consulting, being able to effectively communicate when not to use a tool is just as an important skill as knowing when to use it.
Great. Any more questions from the audience before I allow Pia to tell us about the custom GPT that she built?
Yeah, go. I don't need the microphone. It's fine. With the rise of like AI coding tools and integrating AI features into a software product, how does that affect both the building and maintenance costs of the software?
One of our prospects was looking at its car parts, right? So they had a huge catalog of car manufacturing tools that they wanted this global search box that was a chat box. But it turns out, as we were calculating the cost of acquisition for a customer getting the right car part and converting and buying that car part, with returning results from a very, very heavy compute system, did not eke out a good solution, right? So there are reasons why you wouldn't have an AI-powered feature that you do have to do that business case calculation. You might say no, there's just stick with traditional with search for that kind of problem space.
Then there's like an operational risk factor that comes into it as well. Again, with the newness of the tools, with their ability to change, adapt, die, what have you. If you build something with a tool that's not going to be around 6 months from now, you have a cost at like updating that, and the churn has a cost to it. So there's a major factor there to consider when you're building with any tool, but especially tools that are turning over very quickly.
I think for our customers, where we've seen the biggest savings is in like product market fit testing, some of the product upfront design stuff. Our product and design team have taken things that used to take ages. You heard Pia talking earlier about how fast this information is coming in. We've been able to reduce like something that would have taken us 6 or 8 months not that long ago. You know, now we can do in 3. That's not because we're generating the code. That didn't include a single line of code generation. It was just when we're talking about having to think about what is going to be a product market fit, what are we trying to build, are we solving the problem that we're building, who are the personas, all of that stuff. You get such a great return on your investment for using some of those tools.
Absolutely. Let's pass the mic down to Pia so she can tell us about her custom GPT named Cincy.
Thanks, Steve. So to upskill and practice for this panel, I fed our lovely chatbot, Cincy with a Y. Yeah. She was our moderator that we fed it our brand voice, our AI point of view, and it started to teach us what potential follow-on questions we might be asking of each other. So even in that realm, right, public speaking and navigating complex discussions, we found Cincy to be really helpful.
How long did it take you to spin something like that?
A day.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other questions? We're at time. Feel free to reach out to the panel, come talk to the panel with any questions. Thank you all very much. This has been a great event for the city of Cincinnati. AI, I think, is really going to have an impact here, and I'm excited for our future. Thanks, everybody.